Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? All right. I'm like, this sound is so good. And I'm not used to, I'm like, am I muted? Zoom, am I muted? So, hi, everybody. I want to thank you all for being here today. It is so good to see familiar faces back on campus. I just want to go over a few things before we get started and before I hand my microphone over to Ray, our director. So we have a in-person audience, as we can see. We also have a virtual audience that I would love to welcome today. And we, again, are so excited to get started with this event and have both audiences here with us today. To our virtual audience, feel free to interact with our lovely career services colleagues over here. Shout out to them for interacting with our virtual audience today. And we will be able to ask questions from the virtual audience for our presenters also. And then to our in-person audience, we welcome questions. We will have microphones on both aisles so that you can ask your question of the presenters. We will have a student panel, as you all saw this afternoon, so we welcome questions for that as well. And as we kick off the day, I'd like to thank the presenters and the speakers that have given their time and knowledge to us today. We're really excited to host you for this, and we hope that you all have a great time presenting. We will value that expertise. So, with that, I'm going to hand it over to our director for an official welcome, Ray Clear, director of the Stuckert Career Center.
Thank you, Rachel. Welcome, everyone. It's so good to have you all with us on campus. And like Rachel, welcome to our virtual audience. We are glad you're with us also today. Did want to just give a few updates on the campus as a whole and what we're doing for this fall and how we're looking forward to engaging with this group. So first want to thank Rachel and the planning committee that have worked so hard on this program today. This is really the culmination. We haven't done an on-campus event in more than a year. So this is the culmination of really efforts that go back 8-9 months. So grateful to Rachel and the planning group for this hard work. And we are grateful to you all for joining us today, both here on campus and virtually. So thank you. So the headline here is, it relates to fall, is that we are anticipating a fall 21 semester that's going to be much more like previous falls than the previous year. So we're watching and eagerly keeping track with masking and all the things that are happening with the pandemic. But right now, our plan is to reintroduce on-campus recruiting for fall. So looking forward to seeing you all often, seeing you all among us throughout our fall term. Semester start date for students is August 23. Students will be on fall break on the 25th and 26th of October. And then final exams are going to conclude on December 17. So again, much like prior falls, and we're very excited about that. We are supporting career fairs on campus interviews, and other recruitment activities. And we're likewise eager to continue to support virtual recruiting and be an active partner in that space. So we know a lot of you are going to do a mix of that or be figuring this out as you go. Many of you know that UK is part of the Handshake Network. That's our career management platform. You may have utilized it for job postings, event registrations, interview scheduling. And so for 21-22, we plan to continue to utilize Handshake as that hub. To the extent we're running virtual events, they'll be run through Handshake. And we're encouraging you, if you've not tried it out, to create an account, engage with us. We're happy to help walk you through that. Every UK student and recent grad has a Handshake account, and about 60% are active in that platform. So if you're trying to meet them where they are, a lot of them are in Handshake. So we're going to really, really encourage you to avail yourself of that resource. Now, before we transition to panel discussion on total employer engagement, I wanted to share just some exciting campus updates. First, last month, UK announced the second largest single gift received in the university's history. This was a gift of $22 million from alumnus Dr. Michael Rankin to support medical education. This is a scholarship created in his name that provides support for medical students from rural Kentucky counties who have unmet financial need. So that was very exciting for UK. Second, At the beginning of July, we welcomed a new acting provost, Dr. Bob DePola. Dr. DePola has been serving as our Dean of the College of Medicine, and he's going to be our acting provost for 21-22. And then lastly, if you're like me, you've been enjoying Summer Olympics coverage. And you might have noticed that we have 22 Wildcats among the athletes competing, and already a few gold medalists and other medalists. So we're excited, and we say go Cats. Lastly, it's my pleasure to introduce our first summit session. As Rachel mentioned, we're joined today on campus and virtually by almost 100 of our employer partners. This is cumulatively among you all considerable brain trust, and we'd like to tap into some of that knowledge today. You'll see on the screen as we move back to the PowerPoint at different points, you'll see a QR code for a brief survey that's focused on your feedback on digital badging and micro-credentials. This is an area UK has been looking at more alongside our traditional degrees. What can we do in this space to make our students competitive? So we welcome your feedback on that survey. Just takes a few minutes. At lunch, you'll get a half sheet with a QR code on it if you don't have a chance to complete the survey before then. So we appreciate your help. So our first summit session today is going to be led by two of my colleagues. This is Ilka Balk and Sarah Madison. Ilka is director of our Engineering, Career, and Co-op Office, and Sarah is director of the Graham Office of Career Management in the Gatton College of Business and Economics. So I'll turn this over to Ilka and Sarah, and I say again, welcome. We're so glad to have you all with us here and online.
All right. Thank you, Ray. So we actually are going to take a quick 2-minute break to get all of the PowerPoints loaded for our presenters, and then we'll be right back. So stay tuned.
My name is Ilka Balk. I wanted to briefly introduce myself, and I am the director of career of the engineering career and co-op office. We just went through a name change. So I work in the College of Engineering, helping students get ready to shine and helping you hopefully recruit our engineering students. So I'm easy to find. I'm the only ILCA on campus. So you just Google me and you'll find me. So thank you.
All right, thanks. And I'm Sarah Madison. I'm actually not even the only Sarah Madison on campus, so it's a little more difficult. But I'm the director of the Graham Office of Career Management, which is the career center within the Gatton College of Business and Economics. So Ilka and I work closely together. She's on the engineering side, I'm on the business side, but helping you all connect with business students, both undergraduate and graduate business students. And we have a mighty team over in the Graham office to support you in your recruiting for internship and jobs. Anything you need from those business students, we can help you. So today, we have some gracious volunteers, voluntolds, that we asked to present. We tried to think about companies who have a really strong engagement with UK and thought maybe they'd be willing to share some of their strategies with you all. So our first employer partner who's graciously volunteered their time to do this is Brainbox Immersive Marketing. And they're based here in Lexington. Brainbox was actually the 2021 Employer of the Year for UK, so a great honor they got last year. They consistently mentor students, they hire interns, they share project work with students. They're kind of always up for anything that UK asks of them, and we're really grateful. So I'm going to turn it over to Scott Breitigam to share more about Brainbox. So welcome, Scott.
Good morning. Again, my name is Scott Breitigam. I'm the COO at Brainbox Immersive Marketing. From our team, I also have Michael Giraputo, our Vice President of Marketing, and Camille Turner, our Director of Digital Marketing. And the reason I brought more than me, it was one, so I had a couple familiar faces in the audience in case I got nervous. But really because it's a team of people at Brainbox that do all of the work and partnership that we do with the University of Kentucky, because it really does take a team for the company to be successful in that. So I got told I got to come up with something big since I'm the first speaker of the day, and my daughters are 28 and 26. They told me last night no dad jokes, so I'm not doing that. I'm going to try something else. So everybody, if you would, please stand up. For those of you who are virtual, also stand up behind your monitor. If you would, please stand up really quick. Okay, I'd like everyone to take one step to their right, my left, your right. Okay, now take a step back to where you just were. And please sit down. Okay, no matter what I say today, you won't be able to say that I didn't say something that was uplifting and moving. And my daughters failed miserably. So, okay. That's about as good as I've got. I'll try not to do any more of those. I hate doing death by PowerPoint, but I thought I'd throw these bullets up there. I'm sure all of you who work with the university probably are already thinking or doing these sorts of things. But this is what has worked very well as a strategy for Brainbox. And I just will tell you that probably the thing that Sarah said that we try to do the most is if they ever ask or they throw something out there in the community looking for corporate support of a program, we try to volunteer. It's never being voluntold. When they ask, we find somebody. So I think that's the number one thing that you ought to think about is have that kind of relationship. But the other thing is kind of start to plan for and attend and participate in career field fairs. There's one this fall. I don't remember the exact date. Next month, September 22nd. Yeah, so we've got all of those. And then some of the colleges do, I know the Communications College does an intern and career fair. And typically these things are attended by cross-college students. So it doesn't matter if you're in engineering or if you're in marketing like us or in some other field, you'll have people attending those career fairs depending on who's signed up, and they'll stop by your booth. It's a great way to meet students, and it's a great way to connect with the university. So that's kind of one. Get to know Sarah and her team over at Graham. You have to do that. And again, this is doesn't matter where you're coming from your business point of view. That's in the Gatton College of Business. And it's important that, most companies at some point or another, no matter what they do, nonprofit or otherwise, it's a business, right? You got to think with that kind of business mentality. And Sarah and her team are fantastic, and they really can help you network. If they don't know the answer, they can connect you with someone who does. In fact, I'm going to use our friend Dee as an example of this, but Dee is the director of the Active Women's Health Initiative here at the University of Kentucky, and we have worked with her at BrainBox for a couple years trying to help with getting the word out, communication and marketing. And one of the first people I thought of to introduce Dee to was Sarah and her team over at Gatton. And I think that's working out pretty well with regards to student interns, helping her initiative as well. So we talked about volunteering your company's time and skills, and I would tell you that there's a lot of different things that you can do. We've participated in Resumania, which is reviewing people's resumes. How many people have ever looked at somebody's resume and helped them out? Raise your hand. If you're virtually, you can raise your hand too virtually. But, everyone's done it. So none of us are experts or none of us are professionals, and all of us have a different opinion. And none of the opinions are exactly correct. But it's good for the students to hear different views and get that kind of information. So that's a great one to participate in. We recently participated in an MBA resume review. Initially, I was like, well, we better get some of our MBAs to talk to these future MBAs. And as it turned out, we did do that. But as it turned out, any of our employees could have filled into that role because, again, these are MBA students, and they were just looking for input, and everyone, again, can do a good job with that. The summer skills projects, those have occurred for 2 years, correct? And we're planning to next year? Okay, so there you go. See, so that must be the voluntold part, but no, we told her we would do it. So, but I will tell you, if you can get involved in that, that is a really great program. We 2 years in a row now, we've participated. We've had a little over a dozen students that we worked with on projects for a month long. A little over a month the first year, about a month the second year. It was all virtual during the pandemic. It was actually virtual this year as well. But fantastic results. We actually did 2 different teams this year with projects, and one of the projects was for our company internally, and one of the projects was actually for Dee's Active Women's Health Initiative. So it was really good. The students enjoyed it. I think the students felt like instead of just being an intern and getting handed a bunch of work, that they actually had a project that had a result at the end. And in fact, the Active Women's Health Initiative project is now being implemented this fall by one of the students that participated in the team, and she will be an intern over at the Active Women's Health Initiative. So that's pretty cool. This is one that I threw in there because there's really no formal way to do this that I can think of, but volunteer to be a guest instructor. I am not a marketing expert. In fact, I don't even have a marketing degree as the CEO of a marketing company. But I do marketing stuff all the time. And I'm around extremely intelligent people all the time and creative people. And a lot of times there are professors out there that are looking for somebody to just come and tell their story about what their company does. We've all been in academia one point or another, either as a student or delivering. So I think it's great to be able to provide the student a little bit of this is what we see in the real world right now today, and hopefully you can apply what you're learning in academia to what we're telling you and see the connections. Oftentimes professors have told me afterwards, or Camille when she goes and teaches or guest speaks at a class, that, I'm really happy that you pounded that one point because I've been talking about that through research or other academia things that are out there. So it's a win-win for everybody, and you get to meet a lot of students and they get to learn about your company. Okay, what does a comprehensive intern program really mean? Well, I will tell you honestly, it means whatever it means in your company. But here's the key. Interns want an internship to get experience that they can take out into the world and get hired. Because all of us post jobs, and the first things we post is, you know, we prefer you to have this degree with this many years of experience and all that, right? How many of us started out with 3 to 5 years of experience when we graduated from college? Not that many, right? But there's a lot of ways that you can help them improve that. And if you run a good intern program, the kind of experience they get will be valuable experience and not just busy work. Now, that's not to say that our interns don't do a little bit of busy work too, but we try to give them really important stuff. So we develop a program, and in our intern program, we like to keep students for more than one semester. Typically, we try to get them in back-to-back semesters, whether that's summer, fall, fall, spring, spring, summer, because during that time period, we can sort of rotate them through different various positions in our company, whether that be directly with our sales and marketing team, with our digital marketing team, with our operational activation team, but we try to rotate them through that, and we make them feel like a regular employee and not just an intern. So develop that program, have a plan of attack about how you're going to work it, and then think of those students as an employee and not just an intern. So I think that's really important. The last thing I'll tell you is work with the students about their time and their schedule. The one thing they can't really change is when they're supposed to go to class, right? Now, if you guys would have given me an internship when I was in college and said I could just tell you what hours I would have worked, I would have selected the classes that I was intending to skip anyway. Not that I did that, maybe once or twice, but I would have probably just worked whatever you guys told me because I needed money so that I could stop eating ketchup sandwiches and ramen noodles all the time, right? So I just needed money, and I would have done whatever I could to work. But work around their schedules. Typically, they can be flexible and get their schedules to where you've got, you know, a 4-hour time block on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, perhaps. And that's great. 12, 20 hours that you can get them, and some consistency works out well. The last thing I'm going to throw out is if you have interns, and this is the ketchup sandwich ramen noodle story, pay your interns. Pay your interns. Give them credit too. If they're trying to get credit, give them credit and pay them. Okay? I mean, you can go get a job anywhere in Lexington right now at a food service place for fairly decent money because of the pandemic. Pay your interns. There's a value to your company, and I think it's better, and they will work harder and better for you, and it's a good thing. And then give them credit too. If they can get credit for classes, give them credit. So the last couple things is hire blue. So you can't say you're going to do all these things and then go hire every other school. Hire blue if you can. We've got this kind of fun thing going in our company where we've been infiltrated by the EKU mafia. That's what my EKU grads say. And we now have a WKU student and a Louisville student that we've recently hired. So it's not all UK guys, but you know, we're trying to share the wealth and spread the joy to all the campuses in the state of Kentucky. But we're finding great employees from the University of Kentucky, and we're right here in the backyard, and they're in our backyard. So definitely try to hire blue. Last thing I want to mention about that intern program, I kind of forgot earlier, but there's a new program if you're in marketing called a Master's in Marketing. And so one of the things that I'm going to start working a little closer with the Gatton College and Graham is figuring out how we can tie together a little bit more closely. We're actually going to have an intern starting in with that program this fall, but we think that's a really quick transition from intern to working directly for Brainbox because they're getting that Master's in Marketing. So you might be able to find a graduate student that is in your company's field that works. And my last comment is have fun doing this because I never have a hard time getting somebody to volunteer to come over to UK. Sarah probably thinks we do, but it's like, who am I not going to let go over there? It's one of those kinds of things because everyone that goes over here and helps really does have a good time. And if you kind of look at it as something that's fun and giving back to when you were a student and wish somebody had done that with you, then I think you'll be real successful. Are there any questions for me? All right, well, thank goodness I uplifted and moved everybody earlier enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Scott and Brainbox, our Brainbox folks, for all you do. Our next value partner is Teach for America. With a deep history of recruiting here at UK and successfully landing some of our top students for their highly impactful work, we're really grateful for our Teach for America partnership. With nearly 64,000 alumni and core members in over 50 regions across the country, the Teach for America network has done much to advance educational excellence and equity in the U.S. So you can see why it's attractive to our young people when they're considering their next step after graduation. So we're excited to have Evan here from Teach for America, and I'm going to turn it over to him, and I'll get your slides pulled up.
Perfect. Thanks so much. Yeah, mine is going to look a little bit different than Brainbox because not everybody heads to college thinking, yes, I want to do work for a nonprofit and I want to work in a low-income school when I don't have an education degree. So we do a lot of extra work to make sure that we are prepared to recruit students from universities across the nation, but especially here at UK, knowing that we have a region in Kentucky. It's called the TFA Appalachia region. I actually taught in Eastern Kentucky with TFA Appalachia, and now I get to recruit students to do the same thing. Now we do place students all across the nation, so it's not like we're coming to UK to try to recruit teachers to Eastern Kentucky, but obviously there is a great connection to the rural parts of Kentucky and to UK of students that have grown up in maybe lower income areas and then come to UK looking to start their career and then end up wanting to give their time back. So yeah, my name is Evan Adams. I'm the recruitment manager or a recruitment manager for Teach for America, covering some different SEC schools, but UK is obviously close to home for me. I live here in Lexington. I went to UK, graduated from here, and then, like I said, taught in Kentucky, and then actually came back to Lexington to teach for a couple years before coming on staff with TFA. But like I said, our recruitment strategies are just a little bit different, so take what you can from this. But like I said before, we do a lot of preparing on the front end to make sure that we're reaching out to students that are aligned to our mission and vision for TFA. TFA is a very selective program. We don't like to say that we're competitive, because if you're qualified to be a teacher for our low-income students, then we want to get you in a classroom. But we are highly selective, because knowing that we are based on a mission and vision, we want to make sure we're putting the right students in front of our low-income students, or the right teachers, I guess you could say, in front of our students. So only about 15% of people that apply to TFA actually end up being in a classroom for our students. And to make sure that that 15% of students is fulfilled, right, to make sure that we have teachers in classrooms, we have to do a lot of front-end preparing. So one of the things that we do is called pipeline building. So before we ever step foot on campus, we want to make sure that we have a list of at least 1,000 students, basically, at big universities like the University of Kentucky that we already know that we're going to reach out to. And so what we do to dig up these profiles of people to make sure that when we are reaching out to staff members at UK or student organizations, we know that we are reaching out to the ones that are centered around these kinds of students. We do something called pipeline building. Essentially, that means that we're spending hours over the summer and in the previous school year digging through LinkedIn profiles, handshake profiles for schools like UK, and just like UK student org websites. So I've been doing a lot of digging specifically around organizations at UK that are centered on students of color and the work that they do, because a lot of the low-income communities that we serve students of color. And so we want to get students of color, teachers of color in front of other students of color, especially if they're from low-income backgrounds. So we do a lot of digging, making sure that we have the right contacts, the right people in those spaces of our connect and outreach, and make sure that they have some leadership experience. So things that we look for specifically for Teach for America include founders of organizations on campus, diversity, equity, and inclusion officers for popular organizations on campus, presidents, of course, other leaders of certain organizations, but we also want to make sure that we're looking for organizations that would have a mission alignment to Teach for America's mission of equity and of furthering educational equity for all. So yeah, we do a lot of that work on the front end over the summer, and then once we have those pipelines built, we used to just cold outreach to students. Usually that looked like our internal recruitment managers sending out cold outreach and saying, hey, would you, based on your leadership, it seems like you're aligned with the mission of TFA, would you like to meet with a recruiter? That's great. We get about 20% of return on those cold connects via email. especially after the follow-up. But this year, nationally, we've recognized, especially coming back onto campus and with an understanding that there's going to be more job openings for students in the coming years after the pandemic. A lot of people were like, oh yes, I can fall back on Teach for America during COVID, if something doesn't work out or if people aren't hiring. But now that everybody is hiring, we want to make sure that we're also competitive. So our warming strategies just means that instead of doing cold outreach, obviously we're doing warm outreach. So what we've put into place are different events, both virtual and on campuses, that students can attend that are based on any number of topics, not necessarily just educational inequity. So, for example, medicine is a big field of leaders. People that are going into medicine, going into med school, oftentimes have a lot of prerequisites that align them to leadership. And we totally understand that and want to be in front of those students. So we created some events that we have TFA alum who are now in medicine, who have gone through Teach for America and then taken their equity mindset into the school or into the field of medicine. We host events where those alumni get to talk about, what inequity in medicine that they saw during their 2 years in Teach for America or 5 years in Teach for America, and how that relates to the work that they're doing now. So that's just one example of something we call an equity talk, which relates educational inequity to other fields like medicine, corporate business, law, those kinds of things. But we understand that if a student is interested in just understanding what leadership looks like in one of those fields, they might attend that event, hear about Teach for America, and then say, you know what, I like this career trajectory that this alumni has gone on. I want to be a part of that. So we'd much rather have them attend one of those events before coming and sitting down and talking to me about my experience in TFA or anything like that. We also do other warming events that we have in the works, are teaming up with student organizations on campus that are, like I said, aligned to TFA's mission, and just being in front of them and partnering with them by saying, we would love to support you in whatever you're doing. We can bring an equity mindset to this event. If there's, an MLK week of service, I know is one thing at UK. If we can be a part of that in helping students understand what educational service looks like, but also just say, hey, we are a nonprofit that wants to support you guys in the operations of this event, but also in the professionalism that your students might be trying to get out of this event. That's something that we like to team up with as well. So that's a long story short of our warming strategies and how we like to get students to the table without just sending them an email and saying, hey, come work for our nonprofit. The next 4 slides kind of relate to the tailored connect and then the tailored OC just means that we know our students. We don't want to send out a broad net just to say, hey, you might be interested in this, or you might be a part of this organization, so come check out what Teach for America is about. We want to get to know our students, get to know their needs, and then help them make the best decision. Teach for America and other nonprofits are not the best decision for plenty of students, and we want to make sure that we get to know students to the point where we say, if we aren't an option for you, then we want to at least help you develop your career trajectory in the way that you want to, because we have alumni in all kinds of fields, and so we want to first and foremost be for you, and then if that means a connection to the students that we serve, then that's amazing. So tailored connect and tailored OC, that's ongoing cultivation. Cultivation is what we call our recruitment. That just means that we're getting to know our students and then we're helping them along their career path. Cultivation built on prospect beliefs. So at Teach for America, being a nonprofit, being mission and vision aligned, we have 5 prospect beliefs that we want to make sure we communicate in everything that we do, whether that's connections, whether that's cultivation meetings, or that's events that we host on campus. And those are related to both things that we look for in the leaders that we're going to recruit, but then also just outcomes that we want in general for our mission of educational equity. So a couple of those are related to understanding what caused educational inequity in the first place, what it looks like, and then what students like these leaders at UK can do to make a change. And then how the Teach for America experience can help them along in their career trajectory and ultimately for the movement of educational equity even outside of the education field. And then lastly, this is kind of related to the internship that Brainbox was talking about, but we love establishing relationships with campus ambassadors, so students on campus, even if they're not going on to do Teach for America, just someone who would love to be the face or a voice for educational equity and nonprofit work on campus, so that our students have a peer to talk to about these issues, and not just somebody who's already done it or an adult over the age of 30. And then lastly, relationships with staff. So we know that we are never going to get in front of all the students that we could or communicate effectively if we don't have relationships with staff members. So a part of our pipeline building is also an influencer strategy where we like to pinpoint different staff members, different faculty that we know are going to be in front of big organizations like Dance Blue, which is a huge, nonprofit-oriented organization that we know gets guidance from faculty at UK. So we want to talk with them and make sure that we are on their minds at least as an option for as they mentor students and as they build them up to be the best leaders that they can. If they're interested in anything related to equity, TFA is kind of on the radar and something that they can look forward to. So I know that was a lot at one time, but that's basically what Teach for America's outlook is, specifically at UK, but then also all throughout the Commonwealth of Kentucky. We also recruit from EKU, WKU, Center, Berea, and NKU this year, which is awesome. But we know that we have an awesome core of students here at UK and tons of support from the staff. So with that, I will also open it up to any questions that you guys have oriented to my presentation.
We need the mic so that people virtually can hear the question.
Just curious if you have volunteer opportunities for existing employees that may want to help support TFA, because we're all over Kentucky. So we may have employees that work full-time for my company, but kind of want to be involved and get involved with TFA. Just curious.
Absolutely. So, education, equity, and opportunities for that definitely go outside of just like the classroom experience. So we, in terms of volunteer positions or just getting in touch with TFA, off the top of my head for employers, I'm not totally sure, but I know that we do utilize professionals all throughout our work, especially in things like those equity talks, but also just in helping our students navigate. And then most of our Teach for America regions in Kentucky are east of Hazard, really. So they're out in eastern Kentucky, but we would love to form partnerships with any companies around the Commonwealth. Yeah, absolutely.
Hi, my name is Kenneth Gray with Stockyards Bank, based out of Louisville. My question about the warming strategies, how often do you try to do those, and how much success have you had with the various universities across the Commonwealth?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have like overall warming strategies throughout the school year. We like to start really with the first couple of weeks of school, offering events for students to attend, and then throughout the school year, partnering with different student orgs on campus during, like I said, weeks like the MLK Week of Service. And they're really successful. So like I said, our Cold Connect usually gives us about 20% effectiveness. So we establish a contact with somebody 20% of the time. But after two warming engagements, I guess you could say, that aren't a recruitment meeting, usually that return is higher than 60%. So we know that if a student's just first time hearing about Teach for America from an email, it's likely they're not going to respond. But if they hear about it from a third party or hear about it on the fringes of campus, then we know that they're going to be a lot more likely to tap in. But yeah, those are throughout the school year. I'd probably say that we at least want to get in touch with students once a month through an event or through a connection with a student or a faculty.
This is a comment and a question. So Teach for America has been really a model in terms of being really visible on campus. You all have used our interview suite in Stuckert Career Center just probably more actively than a lot of the group, and I just thought it'd be good to make sure that they know that you all being on campus, doing on-campus interviews, doing, I think, mock lesson plans in our conference rooms.
Yeah.
Like, it's just like a really visible and active way that you all have engaged with students and used like Career Center resources. So
yeah, I was actually interviewed in that, and I did my lesson plan in that room. So that's crazy. But yeah, we love, especially with having many recruiters located here in Lexington, we love utilizing those spaces. We do have a thorough interview process, and we have 7 different deadlines throughout the year. So we are, especially if students are at UK or surrounding universities, we love utilizing those spaces, and we appreciate it. Cool. Well, thank you all so much for your questions and your interest. I'll pass it on.
Thank you, Evan, for this, and the audience too for the great questions. Next up is Deloitte Consulting. Deloitte has been a top hiring company here on campus for a number of years. They recruit for roles across the country and across many different majors. So we have a really strong relationship with their consulting practice based in Frankfurt. And some of you may have seen the recent article highlighting their recruiting or their hiring practices in the Herald Leader, which was a few weeks ago. So today we have Kiran Maringanti here to share more about their success.
Thank you. Morning, folks. This is Dr. Kiran Maringanti. I'm a managing director with Deloitte. Been with the firm for almost over a decade now, and we are a global technology major, one of the top systems integrators in the world. But the success that we've had in Kentucky is also pretty enormous. So just wanted to give you a quick background on what we do here in Kentucky and also share some of the success stories of how we were able to attract and retain some of the top talent that we have at UK. Now, just inspired by my previous speakers, I do have a dad joke. Now, you call it as a dad joke or a bad joke, it's up to you. So what do you call a computer that sings? Adele. All right. Is that a bad joke or a good joke? So, Deloitte's been present in the Commonwealth for a very long time. In fact, we are known as one of the top 4 accounting firms. But we have a significant technology presence, especially over the last decade. We've seen a significant shift in technology, and Deloitte's been a huge player in that. So as you can see here, while our audit and tax practices, we serve a lot of the big companies here in Kentucky. But we've had significant presence in Kentucky with the government as well. So we are one of the top systems integrators with the Commonwealth of Kentucky, especially with the Cabinet for Health and Family Services, where we've done large transformation technology projects which are high on governor's agenda. So one of the most notable projects is the Affordable Care Act, KINECT, that we built back in 2012. It was one of the most impactful projects that I've been part of, and the technology and the system received national accolades, and in fact we were featured on the Time magazine. And a bulk of the work was done in Frankfurt, which is we had a significant amount of practitioners flying in from all parts of the US. And in fact, we do recruit from all the top campuses in the US. Now, as a result of that success, we've done more transformative projects here in the Commonwealth. And especially during COVID, when the whole model got flipped into virtual, even then we've supported a lot of governors' top priority items. One of the big last solutions that we implemented was the contact tracking and tracing solution, which we conceived and came up and implemented in a very short time, and we've been pretty successful with that. So that shows the need for these large complex technology projects require different skill sets, more importantly from the technology side, but also from the project management, the organizational change management, and involving all the stakeholders and stuff like that. So we need a diverse set of candidates to help us run these large complex projects. Now, with all these success that we've experienced, what we've realized is that we've been sourcing candidates throughout the US, and we occasionally, in a pre-pandemic world, we would see almost 200 people descend on the Lexington airport from all over the US every week. And we've been pretty successful in that model. However, we started thinking around what it would mean for us to really hire locally and give opportunities for students here in the Commonwealth. And with that vision in mind, we started engaging with the campuses here in the Commonwealth. Most important is UK. And we've really established a very strong presence with all aspects of the campus in the University of Kentucky. Now, a big point here is that, you know, we really see it as a journey, and it's not a transactional relationship where you just show up for a recruiting event and you attract some people based on the strength of your brand, of the need of the business. But we really see it as a continuous engagement strategy. As you can see here, we have significant presence on the campus throughout. So we are involved. We are, in fact, been associated with the IPA program, which has been pretty industrial partner association, which really gives us access to top talent early on. And we are also associated with the student organizations like the Salesforce Club, the National Society of Black Engineers, and Consulting Club, where we are able to engage with the students throughout the year and really talk about emerging trends and what's coming up. And I heard my earlier speaker talk about how do we engage with the students and talk about emerging trends in the industry and stuff like that. So we've done a series of talks around future of work, tech trends, something that Deloitte does globally, and talk about some of those to just build that awareness and also interest in a particular topic. So we've been very successful in that aspect, and just in the past year, we've hired more than 29 students from UK, which is in a virtual environment. Being able to do that was pretty phenomenal for us. And I work with a lot of these students that we've hired, and they're really indispensable for me. And in fact, there are a couple of guys who were supposed to come with me, but they had client commitments today, so they did not. But I can just vouch for their talent, and just so pleased. And even our leadership, we were, to be honest, we were a little skeptical because we hired across top campuses across the US. And we didn't know what we were venturing into. But once we started the recruitment journey, and they're really best, and they're really better than anybody else you can find in any other schools throughout. So just phenomenal success. And the secret, I say, is just being engaged with the campus throughout. And we have this saying internally that, you know, we don't hire for skills, we hire for attitude, because skills are always emerging. So you hire somebody for a particular skill, and that skill evolves. But a person with a good attitude and a hardworking ethic really can be honed into anything that you really want. And that's what we've been able to do here. So just been pretty successful story for us here in the Commonwealth. So we go for breadth and depth, and we really look for good athletes, overall well-rounded. So when we actually conduct the interviews, we are looking at really the experience of that person throughout his journey so far, and really look for that well-rounded attitude and what they've done throughout. And we, like I said, we are involved throughout with all kinds of schools. Like I said, we run large complex projects, and it requires a lot of different skill sets. So that's why we look at different channels through which we are engaged with the campus. And we are also involved in a variety of activities throughout the year. So it just gives us the ability and a connecting tissue with the students so that they understand and appreciate the brand that we have. So one of the problems that Deloitte has got here on the campus is that we are one of the top 4 accounting firms. Everybody views Deloitte as a accounting firm, and it's very hard for us to change that brand perception. But by being engaged with the campus for a very long time, the last few years, we've slowly started educating everybody that we are one of the world's largest technology systems integrator, as well, in addition to being an accounting firm. And then we are doing a large transformative projects, and and the good news is we are here in the backyard and doing all this work. So it just gives students a lot of exposure that we cannot just give through one single event, right? Through a recruiting event. And we are also bringing experts who are well versed in a particular field, who are practicing nationally and globally, to be engaged with the students, so that they get to hear from a different set of candidates who have expertise in different kinds of fields. So, and as you can see here, it's just an illustrative example of what we plan to do for the fall 2021 engagement plan. So as you can see here, that we are engaged in a variety of events, and that just requires a significant engagement from Deloitte, where we are always busy with solving the client problems. But we view it as a very, very important investment of our time. And because we've seen the rewards of being able to attract the best of what UK has got. And our clients are also very impressed with the top talent that they've seen and how these candidates are performing in the real world. So it's just not a transactional in nature. It requires an investment of time, but at the end of the day, it's so rewarding in terms of both for the candidates and also for the companies that they're going to be part of. So that's pretty much what I had to say. Is really look for well-rounded people. Really look for candidates that are willing to go the extra mile, and as an organization invest time and really look for different events throughout the campus, throughout the year, so that you're able to build that connective tissue with your brand and with the student community. And of course, we've got such a phenomenal team here at UK, Sarah, Ilka, and others, who provide you the backbone that you need to be able to work on the campus and really reach out to all these student communities. So it's just a rewarding experience, and something that even nationally I present at different forums within Deloitte, and we tout our campus engagement strategy in the Commonwealth, which from a technology perspective was non-existent few years back. And now we are sourcing a lot of our top talent here from the Kentucky schools. So, and the rewards are phenomenal for us. So it's just a win-win for all of us. So that's all I have. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take it.
Thank you, Kieran. Thank you so much, Kieran. You clearly said everything there needs to be said, because there were no more questions. So we really appreciate all of you employers to come, that you came here today, and then the three speakers, especially in particular. We really can't do this without your support, and we really want to be here to help and support you when you come and recruit. We will now take a short break and be back here at 11:15 The next session is mitigating bias in the hiring and selection process. And I don't know if this was said early on, if you all need to use bathrooms, I think the closest ones, Ray, correct me, but if you go out that way and kind of around that atrium to the right, I'm looking at Ray desperately, is that the closest one? So there are restrooms there, and if you need anything else, the people in blue are here to help. Thanks.
Can you hear me? Okay. My name is Ramla Osman Miller, and I'm with the Center for Personal Development at the Lewis Honors College. I'll be introducing our presenter today. Our presenter, Emily Kersinger, has more than 20 years of human resources experience with both public and private employers. Emily joined the University of Kentucky in February 2018 as Human Resources Manager for Career Employment. Emily and her team support the selection process for more than 3,000 regular full-time staff and faculty hires annually. They provide consultation and coaching on hiring best practices to department-level hiring officials across the university and UK healthcare. Emily is a graduate of the University of Kentucky and is SBHR and SHRM SCP certified. Please join me in welcoming Emily Kersinger.
Thank you very much, Ramla. It's good to be with you all today. I was thrilled to see how many people are here in person as well as how many of you are here virtually through the group. I am, of course, here at the University of Kentucky, so I had a short walk over. It was pretty easy to find the place. I hope everyone else had a good experience this morning. We're thrilled to have you here at the University of Kentucky. And I'm thrilled to have an opportunity to talk to you a little bit more about mitigating bias in the hiring and selection process. This is a presentation that we share with our hiring officials across the university in a couple of different formats. We have this longer session that we have presented to individuals, first of all, in hundreds of hiring officials across UK healthcare. We've continued to modify this for our campus audience and tweak and adjust to some different hiring needs that they each have. Additionally, we provide a shortened version of this for all faculty search committees. So every single time a faculty member is hired here at the university, there is a shortened version of this training that's provided for that group kind of as a cohort, and that's a beneficial process for them to see and hear this information and help hold one another kind of to the principles that we share. So I'm hopeful that today you'll learn some tips and techniques that you might be able to use within your organization. I'm sure many of you may implement some of these tactics or do some of this already in your search processes, but my goal today is to hopefully share with you, much like we share with our own hiring officials, some ways to enhance the diversity of your searches, ensure those searches are even more equitable, and obviously that we're doing as much as we can to mitigate bias. How many of you have been through some type of bias or training about unconscious bias? All right, that's great. I'd planned just a brief review, but that's good to know that there's a solid foundation around that for the group. That is actually the introduction that we actually hope that all of attendees come into this session with, is some sort of prior knowledge of unconscious bias and having some training about what that concept is. Here at the university, that is a university-wide initiative that's done through our Office for Inclusive Excellence and Diversity Education. Students, staff, faculty, our entire campus community is encouraged to attend that, and that is kind of the foundational piece to then this section, which is more about how to approach mitigating bias in your hiring and selection process. So definitely look forward to sharing some of the same tools and tips again with you that our hiring officials get to see. I will tell you that this training I have modified somewhat. Typically we include a lot more interactive experiences. We get to test and try some things and create some of these tools kind of in practice sessions in smaller group formats. Given the nature of this particular type of session, we're going to change that up a little bit, be in a little bit more of a presentation format, but I will make available the slides afterwards through Rachel and Ray and their team if anybody is interested in seeing these slides. And certainly you'll have my contact information in it if you want to talk through some of those activities that we do and learn a little bit more about that. I'd be more than happy to share that information with you also. So let's get started. I'd like to start off by, of course, telling you what we're going to discuss today. Of course, we're going to do, as I said, that brief review of what is unconscious bias. We're also going to talk then in more detail about how you can mitigate bias, and again, targeted towards our university, our hiring officials and their specific processes, but I'll hope to share that in a format that can be modified for your own needs. But we're going to talk about kind of the life cycle of a search, so how you might mitigate bias from your preparation steps and how that can help you with this effort. We're going to understand and establish search criteria and why that's important to this effort, And then we're going to talk about methods to enhance the recruitment strategy. These days, that is even more important, right? I'm sure you all are feeling and seeing the same things that we are, that it's harder than ever to find the number of qualified candidates that you may need to fill your positions, right? Everybody dealing with that? If anybody's not, I'd like to talk to you afterwards, so please come see me. I'd like to learn even more about how you're dealing with that situation, but we'll talk about that. We're also going to talk about techniques for reviewing applicant information, and then we'll discuss the interview process and how we approach the evaluation of the candidates in a way that'll help us mitigate bias in that step as well. So any questions before we get started further? We'll have time for that again at the end, of course. Again, this brief overview, what is bias? It's our natural tendency or inclination, results in quick judgments without question. These things, these biases, we develop very early in our lives. Even as babies, we learn these shortcuts to interact with the world. We learn that if we cry, we'll probably get fed or have our diaper changed. Those things continue to develop, and we continue to build even more mental associations to help us deal with our world around us and make decisions to help us. A lot of times, of course, this happens without even our knowledge or awareness or even control. So it's really important through conversations like this that we acknowledge that we have unconscious bias and that we think about ways that we can continue to make ourselves even more aware of those biases and how we can then mitigate them, as we're going to talk about today. So just some examples about these assumptions. Let's talk about the search process, for example. We probably all have learned that in order to get a job, you have to apply to a job. You learn about the process of going through an interview. You learn what might be typical in an interview process. However, not everyone has those same associations or those same norms. It's important to acknowledge that and to think about that as we are evaluating candidates and realize that there are going to be times people are going to act differently than what we might expect. They may say things, they may do things, and we may question, why are they doing that? It's important to realize that, again, they may just have a different understanding, a different knowledge. They may not have learned the same things that we've learned. We'll talk more later, but the important factor there is that we continue to evaluate if that action is a job-related criteria that we need to evaluate further, or is it just something that's outside of their ability to perform this job effectively? So our norms and associations certainly can change, and that's important to know as well. I don't know about you all, I'm dating myself a little bit here, but when I first started applying to jobs, we applied through paper applications. A few years ago, right? We've all learned that now we do things pretty much online in most all organizations. There are also times in certain types of organizations that maybe the application process isn't nearly as formal as what some of us may have become accustomed to. So it's important to realize that some of our candidates may not even have been through that, even though you might expect that that's just a well-known fact that you go through a very specific process. I see some heads nodding. Some of you probably either experienced that in your past or in your own organizations. So just another example of how important it is that we understand and acknowledge that candidates may have some different experiences, some different norms that they're operating under, and it's just, again, that we need to think about those and if they're important or not. I know we've probably all, many of you represent employers, you probably have done interviews, you've probably been involved in selection processes before, but you've probably had situations that you've thought, why did they do that? I've had candidates who just dominate the interview process and kind of try to take control and just really are so interested in sharing about their qualifications that they may not allow us to ask questions and make sure that we're able to get what we need to have a consistent process. And that can be hard, especially when we're talking about things today about being consistent in our process, asking every candidate the same question, and then you have a candidate who makes that more challenging. And so that makes you question, is that a concern or not? I've had people get very emotional and share personal details and even cry on me in an interview. I don't know if anybody else in this room has experienced that, but it's a little bit challenging then to reorient yourself and make sure we're focused on the things we need to do. But again, just some examples of things that you may have experienced, may have questioned, and just an opportunity to think about how, again, those candidates in most of those situations just didn't understand, maybe didn't know that they went a little too far. So we have to just reflect back to the job skills and evaluate if there's something that needs to be considered further there, or if they're not a qualified candidate. So, we've talked already about how through some of our university trainings we talk about different types of bias. You've probably heard of some of these types of bias. These are just a few different types of bias that may present in a search. We're going to talk about a couple of them, and then we're going to also share, as we continue through our session today, things that you can do to address some of these particular types of bias. So confirmation bias, the idea here is that we may make a quick decision. Interviewers may gather even just a few minutes of conversation with a candidate and move quickly into a decision. And it's important that we think about how we can approach an interview so that we are still gathering those important details that we need to know and we aren't making those decisions. Or even if we do initially have some impression, that we remain open to gathering that feedback and reflecting on what the candidate continues to share throughout the interview before we make a final decision. Intuition bias, this is kind of that idea that we may have a gut instinct or make a quick decision based on just our perceptions, and often it's influenced by our personal kind of outlook and our prejudices. So it's important that we think about how we can mitigate that, and we'll discuss that. Experience bias is the idea that our perception of the world, a mistaken belief, but it's, again, we don't acknowledge this, we don't do this consciously, but that we think that what we know is everything there is to know. We don't think that to ourselves right in our heads, but as we're considering decisions, as we're evaluating candidates, that's all we do know, right? Is what we are aware of, so we make decisions based on that without sometimes acknowledging or considering that there's more to the world and more to candidates beyond what we know. So it's important to seek different opinions, and we'll talk about how we can do that. Recency bias, the idea that we are going to remember the most recent candidate, especially when you have a lot of interviews. There can be that tendency where you really focus or tend to remember without even acknowledging that you do that most recent candidate and the last one you interviewed or among the last that you interviewed. There's also a bit of a tendency to remember the first candidate that you interviewed too, and sometimes those in the middle get lost. So we'll touch on how you can address that. Safety bias ties into the personal similarity bias. So we may acknowledge something either good or bad about a candidate, and maybe it's because they're like us or they're different than us, or we may just have a perception about a candidate that may be a positive or negative, and we tend to then allow that to overshadow every other aspect of that candidate. So again, this isn't an exhaustive list, but regardless of where we are in the search, it's important to realize that we do have biases that may creep up. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure I'm talking into the microphone. I stepped away from it, and my tendency is to roam a bit. I want to make sure everybody can hear me. But wherever we are in our hiring and selection process, it's important to acknowledge that these biases may creep up. And so it's an important tactic that we think about actionable steps that we can take and be consistent about as we approach a hiring process to help ensure that we are mitigating bias. So today we're going to walk through each of these 5 steps that I've identified as key steps during the hiring and selection process and talk about things that we can do. So the first step, and one that we don't often spend as much time thinking about, at least that's been my experience in my 20 years, is preparing for the search. We have somebody resign, we do our best to get that job posted just as quick as we can, and we start through the process because we need to replace them right away. We need to replace them yesterday, right? So it is important that we do take time to think about the search, what we need in that candidate, what we're putting out there with our job ads and on our job postings, and consider how we can mitigate bias from the very beginning of our search before we even actually post a position. So with that, our recommendation for our hiring officials, and I'll make all these recommendations to you, again, knowing you may do or have a lot of this in place already, but our recommendation to our hiring officials across the university is that they develop a search timeline. So this is before they even get the job posted. They think about things like the length of posting. Here at the University of Kentucky, we require all of our regular staff positions and faculty positions to be posted a minimum of 7 days, just allow for equal opportunity and candidates to be able to see and apply to that posting. but think about what's appropriate for your organization for that particular position. We do have a number of departments that, of course, decide to post that for quite a bit longer to be able to attract a broader pool of candidates, to be able to take advantage of some advertising and things like that. We also recommend that you schedule time for application review. And especially in our industry, I help support healthcare as well as the campus side. There's this tendency to want to go as quickly as you can and find someone as quickly as you can, and that is important. But it is important that you make time to do the search the right way so that you do find the right candidate and don't find yourself back in the same position in a few weeks because you hired the wrong person. But the application review, we'll talk about steps that you can take and give you some tips and tools for that. But we find it's really important that you even just schedule and block time on your calendar and you make sure that you dedicate that appropriate amount of time to review your applicants. We also recommend that you schedule time and hold calendars for anybody that's involved in the interview process. Again, you're trying to move as quickly as you can. You think you're going to just do it, but then you get to that point of scheduling interviews and half your group that you wanted to be a part of it isn't available. So we recommend that this type of timeline and pre-planning is going to help you in the long run to have a more efficient and effective search. You also want to plan time for reference checks. We'll touch on that a little bit later and make sure that you have time for what we call the hiring proposal. I know that's our term, not something you guys are probably used to, but that's the process where my team and our employment office does review the offer before it's able to be made to any candidate. So whatever your process is in your organizations, you might want to plan time for that. So I do want to touch on then the last item I have here on the slide. We also encourage departments to think about the diversity of their participants in the interview process. There are some areas that specifically establish expectations to have a diverse group of individuals involved in that process. Obviously, representation is beneficial to help candidates know that they are welcome and that they're going to find a community that is diverse and broad. So we also encourage search committee chairs or those hiring officials to set expectations for their committee. Specifically, tell them you want to have a diverse, focused search. You want to have time built in for these steps. We want to make sure that you have had training on mitigating bias and on other appropriate search techniques. And so sometimes even setting those specific expectations before the search starts can really help every participant understand what you're looking for and what you expect of them as a member of that process. So from there, another part of preparing for the search from our perspective is establishing search criteria. You may have a number of positions that you fill repeatedly, and so this type of process might be something that you can establish early on and then use the same type of criteria over and over. And some of our departments are the same, but we also do have a lot of unique types of titles, a lot of positions that you really need to think about. What is the criteria that's important in the candidate that you're seeking? What are those most important skills, experiences, knowledge, education, certifications, and things like that they are going to need in order to be successful? So we actually have developed a tool that I'll share with you in a few moments that our departments can use to work through a process of evaluating what are those important search criteria. We end up calling that our success profile. It's essentially kind of one and the same. It's just a different name, that tool is, that our departments use. But we do ask that departments look back to the position description. So they focus on what are the required education, skills, knowledge, abilities, and also, of course, any certifications that may be required. So we're starting our search by establishing these things that are minimum requirements of the position, and then we also start to look at preferred requirements for the position. But this success profile tool that we'll talk about more in just a moment also even focuses on what are your trainable skills and your non-trainable skills. So does anybody use something like this? Do you establish, or are you very deliberate about a process like this? I see several heads nodding. Okay. excellent. I'd love to even have conversation, opportunity to learn more about exactly what you're doing with this. If it's new to you, we're going to talk a little bit more about it. Back where I came from before the university, we didn't spend as much time talking about these things and establishing very rigid, not rigid, but very deliberate process of establishing what these things were before we started a search. So I've learned a good bit about this and how important it is over the last 3.5, 4 years too. So I'd be more than happy to share my experience and tell you more about that if you have questions. So this is the Success Profile tool. Again, it's just a version of the search criteria. It identifies, first of all, the top skills, knowledge, and abilities of the candidate. So this is what we are calling an office operations manager position, just as an example. So you see that they've identified that exceptional customer service skills, problem-solving ability, budget and project management, coaching and developing new team members are important. So it's important to think about what are the most essential functions that this person will be doing, what are the most important skills, knowledge, and abilities that they need to have to do that. We also spent some time talking about motivational fit here at the University of Kentucky and thinking about what will motivate this candidate to be enthusiastic and excited and motivated to continue to remain in that role and also be successful in that role for years to come. So that is mentioned here as well. That's an important part, of course, of their retention and of their success in the role. So it's helpful to identify that and keep that in mind and even include interview questions around that as you go about your search. The second part of the success profile includes our trainable and non-trainable skills. With the trainable skills, typically those are going to include software, other UK-specific programs that we wouldn't expect to require someone to have before they start that role. Your organization probably has their own set of skills and software and systems, so that's something to consider there. Sometimes I know and I see that our departments really would like, and that's a preferred criteria. Sometimes they focus on that a lot. We all tend to do that. Sometimes you want someone who can slide easily into that role and not have as much training required. But it is important to acknowledge and remember that those are trainable skills, and that should be kind of considered as secondary to those essential job requirements. And so then the non-trainable skills are things that least trainable is how it's listed here, of course, things that you really need that person to possess in order to be successful in that role. So in the example we have here, their ability to relate to customers and also their ability to lead a team. That's something that's challenging to teach someone for the first time when they're already in that role of needing to be able to supervise and lead others. Detail orientation too. You can coach and improve on some of those things, but they're the least trainable for sure. So in the end, your success profile in this tool again that we have boils down to these 5 things. What are the most important job-related criteria that you're looking for? So this has a tendency to be those things that appear over and over throughout your job responsibilities, your job description, the most important skills that we've observed in some of the other steps that we've taken to get to this point. So this is kind of the summary, the last part of our success profile. So the reason this is important and why we focus on this is that we do need to establish these things before we start our search so that we can have that baseline and we know what we're looking for in our candidates, and it becomes about their fit for the job, not about them and specific things that they may possess. It's easy once you start looking at candidates to then get distracted by all this great experience they've had or these skills that they have, but are they the most important skills for this position? Are they what we need for this person to be successful in this role? So when we establish this baseline from the beginning, it helps us approach the rest of our search process in a very consistent way and be able to evaluate those candidates, again, based on the needs of this job, not all the other things they may bring in this wonderful package to us. Does that make sense? And yeah, okay, good. So we will continue to talk about how we're going to harken back to this success profile or this search criteria as we continue through the rest of our search. So it is an important foundational piece for us to approach this search process in a very equitable way. So once we've established some of the baseline things that we need to know and need to do before we can start our search, let's talk about recruitment. We kind of established earlier, everybody's having some challenges with that right now. We would like to be able to recruit even more people and be able to have larger pools of candidates for our positions. Here at the University of Kentucky, we do have a very decentralized approach to the hiring process. My team does help post all of the faculty and staff positions that are regular positions across the university, but the hiring decision, the interviewing process, even the recruitment process is really the responsibility of that department. With, again, hiring 3,000 people a year for staff positions alone, we just simply don't have the bandwidth to do that work for our entire organization. So what we have done over the years is HR Employment has set aside some of our budget and our funds to do some advertising on behalf of the university in some very broad locations and websites that might attract a diverse and broad pool of candidates. However, departments then have that responsibility for considering additional recruitment sources that might be unique to their particular field, their industry, that they might fund themselves to help increase the quantity and diversity of their applicant pools. So we do spend some time talking with them, though, and encouraging them to think about that process and some steps that they can take. We make recommendations, of course, on some options that they may consider. We talk with them and try to help them think through what are some of those options. We do have some resources available to us. Actually, our Office for Institutional Diversity a number of years ago developed a resource guide, and it's very academic focused, but it is different diversity focused organizations and associations that are in a lot of different disciplines across an academic spectrum, and that's available for our departments to use and to consider in their advertising. We also work with an outside advertising vendor who can help us research and consider other opportunities that the department may want to consider. But again, it's really up to them to do that and to seek that out. And part of our role is to suggest and recommend it, but it's up to them to take these steps. So during this training that we would do with them instead of you in the room, we talk a little bit more about things to consider, finding and building not only those associations, but other networks, other individuals that they can reach out to and share opportunities and think about how they can diversify their search. Of course, we encourage them to think about contacting previous applicants to that position or similar positions. Obviously, these are operational leaders. I'm sure you all deal with some of this too, that it's difficult for them to probably find the time or make the time, but we try to emphasize how important that can be for them. I'm sure you all have had similar conversations with individuals in your organizations before about how much of an impact they can have if they put a little bit of effort into it. But we at least try to provide tools and resources to help them think about that process. So, of course, we suggest that they may want to use emails, social media, phone calls, etc. So now that we have posted a job, we've advertised a job, we've done some recruitment efforts, before we really post it, we need to think about how we can make our job posting even more inclusive and also be very attractive and appealing to applicants. So we do spend some time talking with them about what they put in their job summary, which is the key piece of what gets advertised. Encourage them to think about focusing on the mission of their department, the mission of the university, helping people understand what they might be a part of if they were to consider or they do join our team. We want to encourage them to think about sharing, any particular unique aspects of their department. Do they get to work with diverse populations? Do they focus a lot on technology? What do they do in that department? What does your department do? And what are your values, essentially? And include some of that in your job summary. We encourage them to partner with us and make sure that they're thinking about the time and effort to do that versus getting a job to us today and wanting it to be posted tomorrow, but they also want to include and have us work with them on all of this. And, it's always helpful if we have a little bit more time to be able to assist through that process. Enhancing the recruitment strategy also at the University of Kentucky has meant that we have included our commitment to diversity and inclusion, our community of inclusion, on all of our job postings. So especially this first paragraph focuses on how the university is committed to a diverse and inclusive workplace, and that is just a part now of all of our job postings. Here's an example of a department and their job summary that did, again, include some of that type of language about what they do and help share some of their values with the type of work that they do. So they also included a link to a video in about the 4th paragraph. So definitely just sharing other resources and other information. Maybe your organization, maybe our departments here at the university have some really good information on, say, their department website. So kind of redirecting or encouraging people to look at that information and be able to share that, because you're not going to be able to condense all of that information into a job posting, but being able to point them back to some of that great information that you already have. So within the job posting itself, we also focus on some of those key requirements of the position through skills, knowledge, and abilities and preferred education. Just kind of helps share that information as we even start the search, so that candidates are well aware of that and they understand what's going to be expected and what some of the things are that we're going to be looking for. Some of our questions also focus on that. And then we also want to ensure that our job postings don't include exclusionary language. And a part of that is UK-specific verbiage. I'm not going to stand here and tell you that you won't find some of this on our postings. Again, this is a recommendation, something we try to encourage departments to consider because, again, it may deter outside applicants from applying to these positions when they see acronyms and verbiage that, you know, are skills and experiences that they do not possess. So you'll see some examples of things that we want them to not include in their job postings. But it's also important that we think about what else is included in our job summaries and make certain that there's not other exclusionary language. Certainly nothing that, you know, refers to a particular gender or something along those lines. So encourage you just to think about reviewing your postings with that new, a fresh lens on a regular basis. I think, you know, over time, obviously, you know, we may come to realize that there might be some things that are exclusionary or that aren't as welcoming and open as we would want. So just taking that opportunity when you do post positions to kind of re-review what's out there and what you might be using. So we have now posted our job. We've sought applicants for the position. Let's think about how we can review our application information in a way that's going to mitigate bias. So here at the University of Kentucky, our department also is responsible for sending the applicants to the departments. So once the job closes, they will be able to access it through our applicant tracking system, but only after employment sends them or moves them to a status where they're able to view those applicants. That also helps us with our approach to equal opportunity, so that a department doesn't start to review applicants before the close date. And that's an approach that we've taken here at the university based on our commitment to equal opportunity and affirmative action. So just know that I know that is different in other organizations. In my past experience, again, departments were able to review their applications pretty immediately. But this is an approach that we take, and through that, we are able to then review our applicant pools, consider the quantity of our pool before we have the department review any of those candidates, consider also at a very high level the diversity of that pool. And that's, again, just a summary of information. It's not individually identifying information, but it helps us identify if, you know, do they want to consider reposting this position before they even start to review candidates? Do they want to consider some additional advertising to both increase the quantity or diversity of that pool? So that's a conversation that they in the department has with members of my team as they have positions that are closing and before they even start to review those applicants. So then before they do start reviewing applicants, we encourage them to look back at their search criteria. So kind of reset. Let's go back. You know, we did this weeks ago, months ago, maybe in some cases longer than that if we maybe reposted a position. But let's look back at that search criteria and really make certain that we've kind of level set back to that baseline that we established before of what are the most important skills, knowledge, abilities, and other required and preferred experiences that we might be looking for. And that helps us make certain that we're being very job focused and we're not allowing our biases to creep in about particular candidates and the things they may bring when they have applied to our position. So that is an important step before we then move into the next step of application review. Through our applicant tracking system, we are able to export data of our applicants into spreadsheets and be able to see that information in kind of a different way versus just looking at an individual applicant and all of the information they submitted. So one recommendation that we make is to at least consider using a spreadsheet to review your applicants. You can even anonymize the information by taking out names. You can take off anything like their city, state, location, or other things that might bring in some bias. And it allows us to then enter columns and focus on what those search criteria are that we set up before. So you'll see, we didn't talk in tons of detail about the example before, but maybe we established a certain major as like a business finance degree preferred for this position. So we're able to export from our tracking system, our applicant tracking system, you know, what was their degree type. And then we can kind of identify, do they meet that preferred criteria of a degree in business or finance. So it allows us a very systematic approach to looking at our applicants. Even beyond that, we can export answers to their questions. So here, you may remember when we talked about this job before, we talked about customer service. So that second column, that second column talks about customer service experience, maybe the third column. Oh, that one was supervisor. Sorry. We talked about supervisor experience being an important part of this position. So this first question that you see for Clark Kent and Peter Parker, you see if they had experience as a supervisor before and how much experience based on how they answered that question. So it allows you to then kind of compare again in a very systematic way which candidates might meet the things that you've set up and might have the most experience towards the things that you set up as your search criteria. Any questions about doing something like this? Does anybody take an approach along these lines? A few nods. Okay, great. So let's see, make sure. So then we come to the interview and evaluation process. And obviously, this is a big opportunity to mitigate bias. Again, it's important to remind ourselves, we've addressed this already, but we all do have bias, and it's not going to change. We're not going to be able to eliminate our bias, but it's important that we have awareness and we think about some steps that we can take to ensure that, that bias hasn't affected our final decision. So as we think about interviewing our candidates, it's important to think about how we can mitigate micro inequities. So these are small events that are often unintentional, things that we don't even realize that we're doing that may take away from the efforts that we've already put into having a very fair and equitable search. So it's important to think about some actionable habits that we can take to help mitigate bias. So if we have a consistent process for how we go about the search, this is one thing that we can do. If we make certain that we do introductions consistently at the beginning, that we always are smiling and shaking hands with every candidate, although in these days and times we might want to eliminate the handshaking and just acknowledge that normally I would shake hands, but in this day and age we're not going to do that. But have a consistent approach where you're at least maybe acknowledging that and doing the same thing with all candidates and not shaking hands with some and then not others. So think about how you might approach that. We talked as we came into the room today about, are we supposed to be shaking hands or not supposed to be shaking hands? Obviously, it's a different time, but I think if you consider that before you go into your search and in your interviews, then you'll be able to have a specific approach. It's not going to make any candidate feel like you're treating them any differently than you might be the other candidates. So just one thing in this day and age that you might even think even more about than we would have in the past. Building rapport is an important part of establishing a good relationship, helping candidates feel comfortable, and helping them feel like they've been treated equitably and fairly. But it is also a place where sometimes those micro inequities might show up even more. I read recently something that I know I've done before. I read something about how complimenting, in particular, a female on a certain aspect of her appearance might make me have a positive kind of feeling about that candidate, like I identified something with them. But for that candidate, obviously that's not necessarily the focus of what we're here for. We're here to talk about professional experience and do that, and it might establish them as not feeling as comfortable or not feeling like we're as focused on the business needs, the job related needs. So I've probably done that before. I feel like I have. As soon as I read that, I'm like, oh, I might have done that in the past. I probably wouldn't have complimented a gentleman on his suit or whatnot. So just little things like that the more we learn, the more we have the opportunity to expose ourselves to, the more we consider and be aware of our actions, the more likely we'll be to have a more equitable approach to the process. So again, I can acknowledge that in that building rapport stage at some point in the past, I may have done something that could have shown my bias or could have led to bias in that search. So it's important that we all think about those things and acknowledge and have an awareness about that. And another example of where you might see the bias kind of creeping in throughout this process, if you have a lot of interviews and you schedule them kind of back to back to back. I know in a search I was in and heard about, there was a candidate who by the end of that last full day of interviews actually made a comment to the interviewers about, oh, your eyes look a little glazed over. Not ideal, right? That candidate now has that impression that they might not have gotten the same level of consideration and might not have been treated as equitably as the other candidates. So that's why we talked earlier about building that timeline. It's important that even though we may want to fill a role and be able to move through our selection process efficiently, that we build time in for breaks. We make sure that we don't schedule ourselves so aggressively that we end up at that point by the end of our interview process. So we definitely want to make sure all of our candidates have an equal experience so that they are treated equitably. So another thing that we do here at the University of Kentucky to help mitigate bias is that we use behavior-based interviewing. You may be familiar with that concept, but it is the idea that you're looking for candidates to share specific examples of their experiences, and that past experience can predict future behavior much more so than interview questions that solicit information about what candidates might do or would do, or what they, just generalized questions. So those behavior-based interviews also really focus on the position and the specific competencies and skills that are an important part of and the requirements of that position. We have employment consultants on my team that work with hiring officials across the university and customize those behavior-based interview guides at their request anytime they need them. We know some people end up using them for a little while and then kind of refreshing them. But that is very specific then and goes back to the specific needs of that particular job and allows you to then tie the answers to the candidate's questions, what type of experience they've had in the past, and better predict how well they'll perform in that position. We do also and can also include some diversity-focused questions in those behavior-based interviews. So if that is an important value and an important quality for that position, we can include some of that. We also use our behavior-based interview questions for our references. We customize those, again, at the department's request, but again, that helps us make certain that the references that we're getting aren't just generalized types of feedback. It, again, asks that reference what they might have observed and seen from that candidate related to certain skills and competencies. So we can ask about an example of a time you saw them deliver exceptional customer service, or deliver service in a very fast-paced environment, and ask them for them to share specific opportunities that they've observed that person in that situation. And that can further inform what you may have gathered from the interview as well. So, of course, the behavior-based interview questions can also help limit our biases in our candidate assessments because, again, we're looking back and focusing back on the specific needs and competencies that are required for that position. So it's not as much influenced by maybe a candidate or how they presented themselves, or things that we may have seen in them that were like us, or different things. So that is another way that we mitigate bias in the search process. So you've done your interviews. You have used an approach that's hopefully going to help you mitigate bias through the interview process. But then once you come time to then consider all that feedback that you got during those interviews, so you get to your evaluation stage, how can you mitigate bias at that point? So we also recommend a standardized approach for evaluating the candidates and the feedback that you got in the interviews. We actually call that a data integration session, and it is data focused. We do ask that those interviewers rate candidates based on each of the competencies that we ask those behavior-based interview questions on. So we're using some data there. We also have the benefit of having that employment consultant facilitate that conversation. So they help to seek feedback from the different participants in that session. So we're getting that diverse feedback and hearing from other individuals, and not just focusing on our own perception or one person's perception of that particular candidate. So those are a couple of steps that we take. Again, this is a recommendation. I'm not going to stand here and say every single search at the university gets this type of, the departments don't take advantage of this on every single situation, but it is a recommendation. We do quite a few of these. So it is one way that we can approach that evaluation process. And even if we're not facilitating that conversation, those principles can still be applied to whomever is leading that conversation. They can certainly still use our interview guide. They can still gather those ratings and seek feedback and ask for feedback from all of the participants that have been involved in that, so that we hear those diverse perspectives. So it's not just if we're there, it can still happen. So it's just one option that people have to take advantage of. So the last piece of this that you'll see I've noted here is a recommendation to communicate with finalists that were not selected through a phone call. This is a process that we recommend, again, that departments do. It continues to help build rapport with those applicants, but it also helps them not only receive communication in a respectful way, but I think it helps them feel like they were treated equitably and fairly throughout that process, because there is that direct communication to let them know if they weren't selected. And certainly in this day and age can help with your re-recruitment efforts as you have other positions down the line, to really have that type of outreach to those candidates. Obviously, if you brought them in for an interview in the first place, that's you saw something and some skills and experience in them that you may find beneficial at some point for even a different type of position. So it can really help you build that rapport and keep them interested in your organization, and hopefully they'll apply to future opportunities if this one wasn't the right fit. So let's kind of circle back to where we started, and the types of bias that we talked about are fairly common within the hiring and selection process. So we talked about that tendency to make an initial or quick judgment, or even use our gut and just make a judgment based on a candidate and some initial information we may have. Again, whether positive or negative, so it's important to remember that. One way that we mitigate bias, that type of bias, is through our behavior-based interview guides, and using that specifically tying back to your search criteria. We also want to evaluate all of our candidates based on that search criteria. So developing that, as we talked about earlier, was really an important part of this process. The experience bias, again, this may be where we have a perception that what we know is all that there is to know, or the most important thing there is to know. I'm not trying to say we're all egotists here. You know, it's just a little bit of a natural tendency that we have. You know, we only know what we know, so we judge people based on what we know. So using a panel or multiple individuals in our interview process and seeking feedback from different people can help us avoid that type of bias. And also contacting references and asking detailed questions versus just general, you know, how did they do type of questions, and even using the idea of behavior-based format where we're focusing on specific competencies and asking for examples can help you overcome that experience bias and consider the perspective of other people in the process. Recency bias, by having a search timeline that helps us lay out our interviews and trying to keep them in a close proximity to one another, while making sure, again, we don't overschedule ourselves and do too many back-to-back. That can help us, though, with our recency bias, along with the idea that we should make all of our interview notes and do our ratings for our candidates immediately after those interviews, but then not make a final hiring decision, or even for amongst ourselves as interview participants, make our own decision until we've considered all of the candidates that we're going to be interviewing. Safety bias, again, was that tie back to like a personal similarity bias, where if we see things in a candidate that we may identify that are in ourselves or the people that we've known, positive or negative, those, if we see something that we identify with, then we might think that as that of that candidate as a positive risk, versus if we see things that are different than ourselves, we might think of that as a riskier decision to hire that person. So it's important to realize that hiring outside of a certain type, or hiring a candidate that may be different from us, doesn't make that candidate risky. And by hearing feedback from other people in the process, we can also help mitigate this, along with evaluating the candidates back to that search criteria, the job-related criteria, versus specific things that we may identify with. So with that, that kind of concludes some of our efforts. Is that a question already? Definitely welcome your question.
I was just going to say that the one thing that I didn't see was adding salary ranges. It doesn't really apply at UK because that's kind of built into the system, but
Yes.
if you are posting a job, people are really encouraging that because it helps to mitigate wage gaps. It also builds trustworthiness for your organization. So sometimes people just think it's a little sketchy, to be honest.
Yeah.
And culturally speaking, there are some people who won't necessarily push for a certain salary because that's not their background. And so giving an accurate salary range is really important.
Excellent feedback. I'd love to hear any other questions or suggestions, other thoughts. No? Yes, up here at the front, we've got one. I know.
Getting my steps in, it's all good.
Thanks.
So my question really is around the diversity aspect of it. So you said you include diversity questions per se in that behavioral based. I'm curious what those are and can be.
It can be a really wide variety of things, but I think it's, again, based on what the job is. So maybe a supervisor, it's questions around what have you done to promote diversity in your organization? What types of things have you done to enhance the diversity of your team or of your organization? In other situations, it might be questions around, tell me about a time when you had to adjust your style or approach to meet a different employee's communication style or needs, or some things around that. Sometimes we ask those same types of questions about patient focus. What have you done to adjust to different patient needs and their approach and their style and things like that. So, yeah. Yeah, sometimes they really can be very diversity focused because, again, it's about meeting different needs. That's a lot of what diversity is about, is just that we all are unique and bring different things. So how have we either promoted that, or how have we adjusted ourselves or our organization to be able to meet those different types of needs? Yeah, you're welcome. Any other questions? All right. My contact information is here, and again, I'll make sure that Rachel and Ray and the team have access to my slides if anybody does want that. But I would definitely welcome contact if there's anything I can do to assist you. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you, Emily, for that amazing presentation. I feel like I learned a lot as well. So we are going to break for lunch now. For those in person, and for our virtual attendees, we'll see you back here at 1 o'clock. So lunch is going to be in a ballroom right down the hallway up on the 3rd floor. So you will actually, easiest way to get there is you will actually go up the stairs and out the doors. And if you look around, we've got a staff up there who's waving. So we will direct you there. And we will see you back here at 1 o'clock for our student panel. Thank you all so much.
everybody. Hope you had a good lunch. Welcome back to the afternoon sessions. We are going to start with a fantastic opportunity. First of all, my name is Zach Fuqua. I'm the Cooperative Education Program Director in the College of Engineering here at UK, and I'm excited to be with you this afternoon. And I will say I get the best part of this entire day is because I get to work with these awesome people, our students. And so we're going to have them introduce themselves, tell a little bit about their experiences and all that here in just a few minutes. I'll be asking them some questions. And then at the end of this, if they're okay with it, there'll be an opportunity for, assuming that I don't talk way too much, that there'll be an opportunity for you to do some Q&A with them as well. So hopefully this will be a really good interactive experience. We're thankful that you all are here. And so we're going to just take a few minutes to go through some of their experiences and all that. Before we really kind of dive into this, I want to make sure that when we talk about experiences, we're talking about a variety of things with our students. We talk about shadowing and mentoring to part-time experiences, paid, unpaid, in the workforce here on campus as well, but also full-time paid internships, co-ops, depending on their major and their kind of areas of interest. So we talk a lot about a wide range of things when we talk about student experiences. So I just wanted to give that information up front. And then I will go ahead and turn it over to you all to introduce yourselves. Tell us who you are, your major, kind of your area of interest, and maybe one or two of the kind of experiences that you've had recently to start.
Okay, well, my name is Chloe Embry. I'm a neuroscience major here at UK on the pre-med track. And today I'm here to talk about my shadowing, my observing experiences, and more specifically, how those have helped me be accepted to the Early Assurance Program through the Lewis Honors College, as well as the Summer Medical Observership Program this past summer.
My name is Jeremiah Potter. I'm from Louisville. I'm a marketing major with a minor in music performance and media arts and studies. I'll be talking about some of my experiences interning with Fun for the Arts, and because of my specific interest in the video game industry, working in small esports organizations and quality assurance organizations.
Cool. So my name is Madhu Saker. I'm from Boston, Massachusetts. I'm a biosystems engineering major, minoring in biomedical engineering. And I'll be talking about my experiences working for a year full-time with Royal DSM and now working for Summit Biosciences. And I'm looking to go into the pharmaceutical industry.
My name is Noah Banks, and I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio, and I'm a rising senior here that is a political science major on the pre-law track. And the experiences I'm going to be sharing is just the internship that I just got done working this summer with actually a law TV show. So it's interesting, but like a crossover between everything. But yeah.
Fantastic. So we're excited for you all. Yeah, give them a round of applause there. We're excited to talk with you all and learn a little bit about kind of where you are in your kind of search process and how that all went. So let's start with this question. Tell us a little bit about how you went through the process of finding and then choosing the experience that you have either had previously or the ones that you're doing now. Were there any specific recruiting tactics that the companies or the organizations had that really kind of were encouraging for you?
Okay, so as far as shadowing and observing, you aren't really recruited, so it's mostly based on personal interest. So I started here at UK. I started with the University Healthcare Faculty Directory, and so it was a really big list, and then I narrowed that down to the specialties I was interested in, and then further narrowed that down to any doctors within those specialties. And then I just started sending a lot of emails, probably upwards of 50 to 100 emails. And then whoever replied, I set up a time to meet with them, and then eventually started shadowing with them. And so there's not really a lot of recruitment in that. As far as being in the Summer Medical Observership Program. So I actually found out about the program through a connection I made with a doctor here at UK. So it was kind of through making these connections with doctors that I was able to find out about these programs to shadow in.
So my journey really started about a year ago. I just started messaging everyone on LinkedIn who worked at companies that I was interested in who also graduated from UK. I got a few responses back and started having meetings with people, and then I would post about it on LinkedIn. And from that, I would have people reaching out to me who were connections of those people to talk more, and that eventually connected me to a couple of the organizations that I got involved in. In addition to that, I'm a musician. I volunteered with the Fun for the Arts all throughout high school, so I had connections there. and I messaged a member of their team regarding their communications internship, and that really appealed to me because they talked a lot about how, because it's such a small team and they are such a large organization, that we have a lot of responsibility and can offer a lot to them. And I really wanted that experience, and she was very flexible. And a lot of these companies, one of the biggest tactics is that they often are very flexible with what we can do and what we're interested in. Yeah.
For me, most of my experiences came directly from the career fair. So this was me talking to the employers who were there. And one of the first questions I would always ask was, where have your interns ended up? I always wanted to know, are they with the company? What other industries have they gone into? Are they staying in the same place? Those sorts of conversations were really imperative for me to figure out if that was a company that I would want to continue working with.
I would say one of the biggest things for me in terms of like recruiting tactics was I sat down with my advisor and just really talked to her about like what I wanted to do with my internship and what could the company or whoever it was offer me. And I think one of the biggest things is, well, she's a very big advocate for internships should be paid. But if you're doing an unpaid internship, a big thing is don't be just a coffee go-getter. Like, be something where like you're gaining experiences, you're gaining knowledge and all these things. So she helped me tremendously in this, and you know, we'd sit down and look at these things and make sure that I was going to be gaining experiences that I needed and then would further me in my career.
So I think one of the things that you all have mentioned is a certain skill that you have developed in this search process. Chloe, you talked a lot about initially sort of doing that outreach, well, both of you did, doing the outreach on your own first. Talk a little bit about what that process was like for you. Is that intimidating to reach out to sort of in a cold call kind of way? Talk a little bit about that process.
Yeah, so it was really intimidating, especially since I started doing my job shadowing at the very beginning of the pandemic. So you got a lot of no's, but a lot of people, they were really appreciative that you did want to shadow them, and they put you in the back of their mind for whenever things began opening up. So that was really nice. But it is really intimidating to start formulating that email, because the only way, they haven't talked to you in person, you're not talking to them on the phone, they're only getting to know you through an email. So I did work with the Stucker Career Center, and they helped me formulate an email to just explain a little bit about myself, and then each email I had to make somewhat different. So I explained to every single doctor that I emailed why specifically I wanted to shadow them and their specific specialty.
Yeah, go ahead.
It definitely is intimidating. My problem was always, because I was just starting, it was like, all I have to offer you right now is a lot of passion for what I want to do. But that seemed to work out a lot of times. I got a lot of no responses, but the responses that I did get were really open to talk with me and offer me advice and helped a lot.
And so this question would go for any of the four of you. When you get feedback or get a return communication from an employer or from the organization, is there something that really made you feel either really good or really about those responses, or was there something that you were hoping for that might be helpful in terms of their communication with students?
Yeah, I think I can kind of touch on this. Something that I really love from employers is just transparency. Like when I send that email that says, you know, this is who I am, this is what I'm interested in, I think honesty is the best. Like if it's gonna work out, awesome, but if not, like just tell me. Don't be like, oh, well, maybe you could come do this, this, and this, and it's just, you know, I want to do A, B, and C, this is X, Y, and Z. So I think just in all aspects, I think that just transparency from both myself and the employer is just one of the best things.
Something that helped me a lot was getting an understanding of the general timeline that employer is looking at. So I'm reaching out to them right now. What's the next stage? What is this process looking like? Am I looking at 4 interviews? Am I looking at 2? I've seen lots of ends of that spectrum, and going into it, I want to know what to prepare for and decide if that's worth it to me. I mean, I had some genuinely where I had to do games, I had to do 2 interviews, a group stage interview. I mean, it was a lot, and I did not know that going into it. And by the time I got to the final stage, I was just exhausted, and I wish that I knew that going into it.
The thing that's made the biggest impact on me recently with a recruiter that I've been talking to is just quickness of responses. We're college students. We have a lot of things to do, not a whole lot of time to do them. So whenever this specific person has been able to send me emails just every day, sometimes twice a day, to really get the process going and get things moving, it's been super helpful and great.
I guess what I could touch on was at first I was really discouraged because not a lot of people were getting back to me. I was getting a lot of no responses. But then after I had one day of shadowing, I was like, okay, these people are really busy. So I understood why they weren't getting back to me very quickly. So once you are actually observing and shadowing, you really see how much they have on their plate, and it makes it a little bit more understandable.
Wonderful. So what are some of the most important things that you all were looking for as you were seeking out an opportunity and an experience? And then also touch a little bit on why you chose the ones that you went with.
I can start. Something that I really looked for was having autonomy over my work. So is the work that I'm doing actually contributing to something meaningful, or are they just giving me a cookie cutter project that they give to every single intern that I know 5 interns in the past have done, and it's not really going to do anything in the long term. So looking at past projects that previous interns or co-ops had done was something that was super important to me because I could see how it fit into that workplace. So I really wanted to understand more about their rotation programs and whether or not I would be given real responsibility. That was ultimately my bottom line.
I guess the first thing that I really looked at, like I mentioned, a lot of your shadowing is based on personal interests, so you pick out which specialties you want to shadow. And so, of course, I focused on the specialty. In addition to that, I also looked at the type of environment I would be shadowing in. So if it's a hospital, a clinic, a private practice, and that kind of helped me make decisions on who I did and didn't want to contact. But yeah.
When I was interviewing for my previous internship, my manager asked me pretty early on, what do you want after this internship and how can I help you with that? So one of the things that was really important to me was creating a portfolio of work. And she was immediately like, yep, we have X, Y, and Z projects that you can use to put in a portfolio should you work with us.
Yeah, just kind of bouncing off them, I'd say something that I really looked for was just like, where can I go and get hands-on experience to further my career after this internship? Because, I mean, obviously this internship is only, so many weeks and I have a whole career to build after. So I'm just really trying to get as much information as I can out of this experience and move on with it. So I'd say that's the biggest thing I look for. And then the reason I chose the one I did was just because I felt after the interview process that they were really going to give me responsibility and let me learn these things on my own, because you can only have the training wheels on so long, and you just need to learn these experiences in the workplace on your own.
So in terms of sort of the learning aspect, what were the things that have prepared you most for the experiences that you've engaged in? Was it student organizations, classes, your aunt who was in the same type of industry? What are the things that prepared you well?
It helped me a lot to actually have contact with somebody who had interned there before. So having a network perhaps of people who've been in my shoes, so whether that's an employee who's there who was an intern 5 years ago who got hired on, or having a mentor, something like that. I needed that point contact that I could go to, less about the technical stuff, more so about what is my intern experience like. That was really imperative.
One of the things that I think a lot of students overlook is just the things that we do in our day-to-day lives. One thing that I think has helped prepare me for a lot of the work that I've been doing is just the stuff that I live and breathe when I'm not working. So watching the news, listening to podcasts, critically thinking about whatever topics are going on in current events of the industries that we're working in has helped a lot with not just interest in work, but understanding kind of the culture around these businesses that has helped me a lot with working in them.
Being at a UK panel, I'm sure that all my wonderful UK people here would like me to say that the courses prepared me for everything.
Yes, and no.
However, while the coursework is great, it's just, I'm sure as you all know, being in the work field for however many years, that you get random things on random days. So kind of like what he said, just everything in my life leading up to these experiences, I guess, and like he said, just knowing people in the field and just talking and maybe hearing these stories. And I feel like everything you do kind of runs off like precedent, like what happened before in a similar situation, so how can I treat this one? So I feel like just all of those experiences combined of kind of what have prepared me, along with the great UK courses.
I don't think there's any professors in here. We're good. We're fine.
Yeah, I would say definitely going off of that, courses were, for me, were definitely really helpful. So that gave me something, even though I have very small knowledge of medicine, I did have some stuff to talk about with the doctors I was shadowing. Additionally, one thing that was really, really helpful was I did a lot of practice interviews and mock interviews with the Lewis Honors College. And so that allowed me to get really comfortable with talking about myself and being able to make a really good first impression when you were meeting these doctors. And additionally to that, that also helped a lot whenever I was doing my early assurance program interviews, as well as applying for the summer medical observership program.
Wonderful. So as you all started in these experiences, what kind of training or onboarding or kind of initial learning opportunities did you have that were really meaningful for you?
I think that this is super imperative because after my freshman year, I actually did a summer internship with a different company, and I had zero onboarding, zero training. It was just I got there and it was, you're going to do this. And for the next, I think it was a 10-week internship, I was miserable because I just felt like I was playing catch up the whole time and was just really struggling to grasp like what I was doing, what was going on. However, with this one, I got there and it was 2 weeks of onboarding, 2 weeks of training, and then after that, you know, I just felt like I belonged. Like I felt like I really knew what was going on, and I was here to work every day, and I just knew what I was doing. So I just feel like onboarding and training is very imperative, especially for younger kids. It just makes us feel included.
Yeah, one big thing that helped me a lot was, even though it was a virtual internship, I was brought in for one day in person just to meet the staff so that I knew everyone who I would be emailing and being in contact with so that I felt comfortable with them. And then after that, I was given kind of work to train me for my real work. So instead of writing a whole social media calendar and writing all the copy for it, I was told, hey, find these events to promote that I would do in the actual calendar, but just do that little part. And then later we'll do this little part and we'll talk about it. And so it kind of all built to the end product.
I would say for me, you don't really have any type of training program you're going to go through before shadowing. So it's kind of trial and error. So I learned really fast. I need to have a quick way to contact the doctors in case there's emergency. You need to know how to be prepared for shadowing. So are you going to go into surgery? Do you need to have a change of clothes? Do you need to bring your lunch so you can get the most out of maximizing that time shadowing? So it was a lot of trial and error, and I feel like it would have been really nice to somehow have a way for someone to sit down with me beforehand and remind me of all of these things.
So I think that's an excellent point to be aware of for all of these types of experiences, that, you know, any kind of additional learning, entry learning for all that is very, very important. Clint, can you talk a little bit about, because shadowing is such a different experience than being in the job every day for an extended period of time. Talk a little bit about the benefits that you see in a shadowing opportunity.
So I would say the first benefit would definitely be that confirmation that you are interested in medicine. So I know that the first time I shadowed here at UK, it was in surgery, and I was really worried, like, am I going to be able to handle surgery? And it was amazing. I absolutely loved it. So walking away from some type of experience like that, it's really, it's a nice confirmation that medicine is for me. Additionally, it's really helpful to see the variety of different specialties. So for example, I've had a dermatologist, an allergy specialist, oncologist, trauma surgeon, so a wide variety of different areas. And it's really nice to be able to see these and then think, okay, could I see myself in this? Is this something I want to try again? Or do I just want to move on to a different specialty and try to learn a little bit more before I actually enter medical school?
Wonderful. And Madhu, talk a little bit, as an engineer, you walk into a place that you're going to be working alongside of other engineers. What are the expectations of you as a student that you felt like, okay, that's an appropriate expectation of my abilities at that point? Is that something that was, I guess, consistent with your expectations, that when you walked in, you thought, all right, these are the kinds of projects that I can handle? Or was there a higher expectation, lower expectation? Can you talk a little bit about that, if that question makes sense, as I ramble through that question?
I think that's interesting. Something that definitely a lot of times I wouldn't know. I had most of the times, whatever they were saying, it didn't matter if it was a really low technical concept, just with the jargon that comes with the workplace, I had no idea what they were talking about. And what really helped me was if the person that I was paired with could kind of relate whatever they were doing to some concept that I'd learned in class or other things like that, not dumbing it down, just making those connections. That's what helped me understand, okay, this is something that I've learned about. Okay, I can handle this. Or, okay, I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. This is a grad school concept. Please, let's work on something else. I needed those connections because those weren't things that I could bridge on my own. I needed somebody who was in the field to kind of think back to themselves, okay, when I was in junior year of my college, what did I know? I needed that person to make that connection for me because I couldn't.
Good. Okay. Thank you. So in terms of once you get started, you've gone through, either some kind of learning or connection points at that point. Is there one thing that you realize now, looking back, you wish you could have done differently or learned differently about that start or about the whole process in general of getting these experiences?
I wish that I asked more questions because too often I would get confused between, is this a technical concept that I don't understand, or is this jargon, or is this an acronym that I could understand, but they just use it so frequently that they don't even understand that others don't know it. That, yeah, I see a lot of nodding heads. There are a lot of acronyms. I was about to say,
I think that is a very common occurrence with, I know in higher education, we talk in jargon all the time and acronyms, and we assume you're just going to know what we mean. So I think that's an important
right, because truly at some point I would be stopping people every 2 minutes and be like, I don't know that acronym, please. And you have to have the guts to do it because by the time you learn it, you're going to be like, oh crap, if I just asked that question 5 weeks ago, I would be in a much better place. Right.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that one. Whenever I first started, I always felt like I was maybe like annoying the doctor, or I was asking too many questions. And then eventually it just took a lot of time to realize that they're not being told they have to do this. This is something they're volunteering to do. So they're taking this opportunity to really educate pre-med students. And again, with the acronyms, it's really hard to keep up. And so a lot of writing down acronyms, and eventually it had to take a medical student that was actually on a rotation with me, and she was like, you don't need to know that, it's okay. I was like, okay, thank you, because I'm trying to write down everything for the MCAT and I don't know what I need to know.
Being kind of scared of annoying your supervisors, I guess, is pretty common. That's one thing I would definitely tell myself is in my position, I realized later on that being kind of a fresh face and new to it meant that I had some perspective and could offer some things to them, but early on I didn't want to step on any toes. I didn't want to offer any ideas that maybe they wouldn't think were very good. But later on, I realized that I should just go for it. And if they don't like it, they don't like it. At least I, said my idea. But also, on another note, I wish I would have told myself to make my emails shorter.
Obviously, I'm going to agree with them. Asking more questions can never hurt. But in terms of if I wish I would have known something or done something differently, I can't say so, because even though I made some mistakes in my internship and in my job, like I touched on earlier, I feel like everything is kind of based off precedent. So I'm in this situation now. How did I handle it in the past? So if I handled it wrongly in the past, well, now I'm in a situation where I've done it wrong before. Well, let me fix it and do it right this time. So without those trial and error experiences per se, I wouldn't have the knowledge and be in the position that I am today.
And I think that's another excellent point. I'm glad you said something like that, because trial and error experiences, making mistakes, having success, all of that is part of growth, right, and part of learning. Did you all feel pretty good about the fact that you were given some leeway and some grace to ask questions or to try those learning opportunities, whether that resulted in success, failure, learning moments, or whatever? But did you all feel like you had that flexibility and freedom to do some of that type of learning opportunity?
Yes, I feel like I absolutely did. And that's another thing that I think is super important when looking for an internship or an opportunity, that you want to be given that responsibility and that opportunity to make mistakes or have success. Whatever it may be, it's just super important to have that opportunity to grow and learn.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the advantage of smaller organizations. Sometimes unpaid internships will offer you more leeway. Some small organizations, I'm involved in a management position of a small esports org, and I was talking to someone in the field about it, and he said, "What is the hardest thing about this for you?" And I said, "It's the fact that there's no one to really go to and say, what do I do next?" Where it's my ideas that are going that we're going to use. And so it's really that independence of go, and that's it.
I guess for me, before I started shadowing and then after I'd started, I really didn't have the same perspective. So before, I guess I was naive. I kind of thought it would be like Grey's Anatomy. You're constantly running around. But you find out you actually have a lot of free time. And so after the first time, and I had like a few hours to sit down with the doctor, and they're like, "Okay, what are your questions?" And I was like, I didn't realize that this was going to happen. So the next time I came prepared with a list of questions. You may get to ask them, you may not get to ask them, but it was really nice to be able to sit down with them and talk to them just one-on-one. But that's something I wish I had prepared for better.
So as sort of one of the last couple of questions directly for you all, what are the main things that you got from your experiences so far?
I learned a lot about working with people outside of my field. I am very much in a College of Engineering bubble. I'm always working with people who are like-minded and interacting with scientists, interacting with people who are working on the manufacturing plant floor. You have to cater the way you speak based on who you are talking with, and ultimately all those people make up the organization, not just your little group. I think I got a lot of people skills more so than technical skills from my experience.
I definitely gained a lot of technical skills and soft skills. One of the biggest things I think is confidence. Just doing it over and over allows me to kind of have some confidence in my ability to do it again. One of my biggest pieces of advice that I was given early on was, it's hard to get into this industry, just do something to get you started. And it's hard to just do something when you feel like you can't, when you don't have that confidence to do something. So that was what was given to me. That was really probably the most important.
Yeah, just kind of bouncing off both of them. I think just the overall aspect of being in a business every day and just seeing how it works. Going back to another one of my great UK courses, I took business ethics, and it was great. I learned a lot. But when I actually am in the business every day, it is very different. And just having that experience now, so wherever I go next, whether it's a law firm or law school or just wherever, I feel as if I'm just more prepared for the professionalism and just the overall business aspect of life.
I would say definitely, like I had mentioned, the confirmation that you want to go to medical school, seeing a variety of different experiences. But one thing that really helped me was being able to talk to the doctors one-on-one and even talk to medical students one-on-one and just ask, like, how did you get here? When do you start studying for the MCAT? How should I study? What program should I use? And your residency program, just being able to talk and to the people that are going through this process and that have gone through it before you have somewhat of an idea of how it's going to go. But after talking to them, you're like, okay, I feel much better about the situation, and now I know how to prepare.
So a little curveball question that you guys were not prepared ahead of time to answer, but what kind of advice or insight from a student perspective can you tell all of these wonderful folks that would help your experiences as a student be even better? Is there one thing that was if your company would do this, or in the recruitment process during the experience, whatever, is there one piece of advice that you would give them?
Schedule one-on-ones. Schedule one-on-ones frequently, or whether it's bi-weekly or whatever, and make that time known that it is for that intern to talk about whatever they would like to ask. They know that they're not inconveniencing you because it is on their calendar.
I think a big thing for me, obviously just being a student, it's kind of how I've been my whole life, but being graded. I know that in some businesses they do this. It's kind of just like a check-in and see how you're doing. Yes, I'm turning in my things and I'm going along the workday, but I want to know, you know, am I doing a good job? Am I not doing a good job? And I would like to sit down with my supervisor, whoever it is, and I want them to tell me, like, brutal honesty, you know, if I'm failing, tell me. If I'm getting an A, tell me. You know, I just really, I think that's helpful in knowing where you're at and if you need to improve, if you just need to keep working hard, etc.
I guess I would say, just based on my experience, it's really, really difficult, especially during COVID, to find opportunities to shadow and observe. So if any of you are part of a medical center and that was somewhat more advertised that you could do that, there's a lot of people that are trying to shadow, especially just from UK, not counting other colleges around. So whenever you add all of those people together and there's limited availability to observe, then it's really difficult.
My answer was going to be feedback. I'll just reiterate, communication is really helpful. If you can tell me something twice, that's better than telling it to me once in most cases, just to make us feel better in what we're doing and keep going with it.
Wonderful. So now we have a good amount of time left. Are you all open to answering questions? And I'll continue to come up with questions if they don't, but they're good. So I'll open the floor to ask our student panel some questions about their experiences individually or about ways in which companies and students can work together. And we're going to get microphones coming down the stairs here in a second. So you have a question right here. Thank you all, by the way. This is great. You guys are awesome. I told you they'd be great. No question there.
I feel like you need your stair stepper. First of all, amazing. You all four are extremely wise in your years, and you really set a great stage. Thank you for inviting these four. Yeah. You know, I started to write a list, and then I just kept writing and writing and writing. So you gave me lots. And really, the first question I had was probably more for my job, because I'm front of the house with HR, and I get to meet my different folks in the engineering business. But when you first started looking for colleges, or not colleges, I'm sorry, for career fairs, okay. Bring it back to career fairs. First of all, have you attended, and would you recommend that to fellow students? And then on our side of the desk or table, what would you like to hear from employees at a career fair?
Well, I think I've attended every single career fair that I've been able to since starting here at UK. College of Engineering puts on a wonderful one. I definitely recommend it to all my students, oh my goodness, all my friends.
They're your students too. You're in leadership.
Yeah, I mean,
they're your
even
students.
if you're a freshman, I tell them to still go, just to understand what sorts of companies are recruiting. But in terms of what I like to see, I feel like a lot of times when I go to a booth, sometimes they'll just hand me a pamphlet of everything that I can read on their homepage. It's like, oh, we've been established for 125 years, and we have locations in 30 countries, and I'm not understanding much about your company. I want to take opportunity of the fact that I'm meeting with somebody who works there. This is something that is an easily Googleable thing. So I want to know more about your location, what sorts of positions your location has, and bring it down to a more personal level. I don't need a really overarching view of the company.
And would that be an opportunity to also find out about potential projects that you could work on? Is that a question that you would want answered?
Yes, I've done that, and sometimes I've found that they don't really know, and that's not a dig at all, but just based on who they send, they're not always familiar, and having that baseline knowledge would be super helpful.
Anybody else want to jump in on that? You feel free.
Yeah, I can hop in on that. I'm kind of with her. I've been to almost every single career fair since I started here freshman year. In fact, I remember freshman year, I did not want to go. I was like, there's no need for this. And my mom calls me at like 11:30. She's like, so like, you're going to that career fair tomorrow, right? I was like, nah, I mean, come on, Mom. Like, I'm 17 or 18 in college. Like, I'm not looking for a job. She's like, so I'll see you at that career fair tomorrow. And sure enough, I went to the career fair, and I'm very thankful for it almost 4 years later, because you just never know like what companies you're going to see there, and you just never know. I mean, there's 30,000 students on this campus, so you just never know who's going to walk through the doors, who's going to hand you the resume, who you're going to meet. There's just so many opportunities. That's one of the best things about being at a college like this. And in terms of what I would like to see from the booth that I'm going up to, I would agree with her. It's probably just be more personable. Like, I want to take advantage of the fact that I'm talking with somebody that works every day with your company right here, and it's not something I can read on their front page.
Question over here.
Hi, I'm Stephanie with Divisions Maintenance Group. I kind of just wanted to piggyback off of the career fairs question. Handshake reps and career service department reps can tell me all day, every day that virtual recruiting is still like a thing. Like 51% of our students are telling us you have to have virtual career fairs and stuff. But with students in front of me, I thought I might as well ask them what you and your friends have all thought. Like, are you going to attend both? Are you going to attend one over the other? Or are you preferring more in person? Or what are your thoughts there?
I think that's a really good question. Personally, I am more of an in-person person. I said person twice. Especially like coming off of COVID and everything was virtual and yada, yada, yada. It's just very nice to be able to do things in person again and do things like that. However, I know that there is a very big virtual part to this between LinkedIn and Handshake. There's all very good aspects to make like those first connections. But when it comes down to it, if I can choose interview in person or Zoom, I definitely want to go in person. And that's pretty much that.
The way I've done it I like to make that initial connection in person, but if I want to learn more, a virtual way to do that is great. And I've seen some companies offer that. So I'm not always willing to commit a half hour of my time to a company that I know nothing about, and then I'm just sitting there on a Zoom call kind of going, I probably shouldn't have attended. But if I had that 5-minute conversation ahead of time, like, okay, this is a place that I'm really interested in, and then I have an opportunity to learn more, that's a lot more useful.
Just say I'm always a lot more engaged in person than I am virtually. So in person, anything for me is better.
I think that's a great question. Anecdotally, I mean, I hear that 50-50 kind of thing, but yet I like what you all are saying, that there's that personable moment, right? Even if you can learn a lot virtually as well. I think virtual is going to stick with us for a long time, just in different ways. But to kind of piggyback on that, how many of you participated in the virtual fairs in the last year? Okay. What was the biggest difference, I guess, and maybe a potential benefit of the virtual opportunity, if there was one, in your opinions?
I had some employers try and give me a PowerPoint presentation during my 10-minute slot, so I thought it could be used beneficially. The employers that I worked with did not, but you don't need to give me a 5-minute PowerPoint, but if you want to give me, I don't know, like embed a video of one of your plants, something like that, because you can't have that at the fair unless you bring a laptop and set it up. There's still ways to use that virtual platform, but don't think of it as just a meeting.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I was just virtual can be a little less intimidating. If you walk into a giant career fair room, there's tons of people, everyone's, really formal and looks like they know what you're doing, look like they know what they're doing. Virtual can be a little less striking. Then again, I do prefer that in-person experience. So.
Sure. Okay. Other question. There we go. Yep. And then Rachel, we got some here in the middle as well. Go ahead.
I'm Kenny Gray from Stockyards Bank, based out of Louisville. My question is, out of all of the applications and emails you sent on the front end, what was the best no response you received from an employer? And how likely would you be to reach back out to them even though they told you no the first time?
I have never, ever received a personalized no. It was terrible. It was terrible. It sucked. I've always gotten as soon as you see the header, it doesn't say congrats, it's a no, right? I mean, you're like, do I even bother opening this? And they tell me about how they got a gazillion applications and it was the most competitive year ever. I mean, actually, maybe I'll take that back. I had one where they told me this is something you could improve on. So they said, no, but here's one specific thing that we saw in your interview that you could improve on. And that was Unilever. And I still got a no, but I had something to work on. And that was nice, something to take away from that. It was still a learning opportunity.
Yeah, just kind of bouncing off that, I would say the best no you can get is not just a no, like, you know, go away. It's a no, we're not going to hire you, and this is why. Because now you have something to take away, and even if you don't go back to that employer, you're like, well, I should probably still improve these skills for everybody. So I just think that's the biggest thing. Again, it's just kind of going back to the whole feedback thing. Feedback through the entire process can only make us better if we're acceptable of it. And I think that's super important. So when you get a no, I think that it's nice to see something that you need to work on this. And if I do, maybe I apply again next year and try it again.
Yeah, the places that I've applied to that have said, no thanks, we have more experienced applicants, we don't think you're ready yet. That's something, really a no is, I've applied to several things and got no response. So a response is better than crickets, but.
Right. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, most of my no's have just been because of COVID, so it's nothing personal. So I guess that's good. But yeah, whenever you're doing these experiences, they generally don't know you before unless you're returning. And if I'm going to return, I've never had anyone tell me, no, I can't return, which is also good. So yeah, that's all I have.
Awesome. Okay, right here in the middle, or over here.
Hey, John Gasser, CMTA Engineers. We work with, or we typically hire, you know, maybe 3 to 5 interns a semester. And something as simple as where you sit in the office could make or break your internship or your co-op. And we go back and forth with this because we work in like a team environment with, you know, senior engineers, mid-level engineers, and co-ops or new hires. Would you prefer the like intern island where all the interns sit together and you can kind of work together, or is it better to be thrown in right, you know, with part of the team, maybe in a group of 4 or 5 right next to the senior engineers to learn from them?
I've had both, and I think I gained different things from both. So when you have your intern island, right, you're all kind of in this pool of unknown. You're all just kind of wading water, and you're trying to figure it out together. So you can learn from each other. But when I'm paired with a team, you know, I know that's my project. Those are the people that I am working with, and those are the ones that I'm going to learn the most from in terms of being at the company. I think a good way to do it would be maybe start with an intern island and then go into the team. So then you get over that awkwardness of working at a new company, and then you can really work with your team.
I'm going to kind of hop on this, but I know I'm not an engineer. You know, I haven't taken a math class since sophomore year, so I don't know if this really applies. But
just here at UK, though, right? And it was awesome.
Yeah, no, it was awesome. But in terms of just working with, you know, fellow interns or with just the people that normally work there, I prefer, and this could be just totally personal preference, but I definitely would rather work with the senior engineers there, you know, whoever, just because it makes me feel like I'm not just some low-life co-op intern. Like, I'm not a coffee go-getter. Like, I'm here to, you know, help the company. You know, it is very nice to, you know, have another intern with you there and be like, hey, man, you understand any of this? 'Cause, like, I'm not. But, like, in terms of just the whole thing, I think it does really help, you know, because it makes you feel as if you're a part of the team. You know, you're not the team captain, but you're there.
Even if that's just a week while you get all the interns are doing, like, you know, your normal onboarding training stuff that everybody gets like 50 training modules that they have to complete. If all the interns are doing that together, that's fine.
Clay, when you did in your kind of the shadowing experiences, did you do that alone, or did you have other people that were going through that at the same time?
So whenever I started, I was alone, which was, again, really intimidating. And then actually this past semester, I was accepted to Phi Delta Epsilon, which is a on-campus co-ed fraternity. It's a medical fraternity. And so I was actually able to sit down with them and talk with other members of the organization, how they're approaching shadowing, and then what are they including in their emails that I'm not including? Should I include that? How to make a really good first impression whenever you're trying to contact more doctors.
And you had a question right here in the front, well, I guess third row. Front row of people.
Camille Turner, Director of Digital Marketing at Bringbox. Quick question, so it's a little different. I always think about copywriting because that's my life and people have to like what I'm writing. So in these descriptions for these internships or even positions into a career, like what is the most attractive or section that you pay the most attention to? And I say that because everyone I feel like has those generic, hey, this is the everyday life. You're gonna, if you're an accountant, you're gonna review finances, and do you want to see more of the interaction and how you're gonna apply yourself, or is it more so I know these are things I can do that attract you to do that? If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. That's a great question. Who wants to start with that one?
When I see super technical qualifications, it turns me off immediately because I start doubting whether or not I have those abilities. But if I see things like, okay, you need to know these 3 software programs, for example, but we have opportunities to teach you that. So saying like the willingness to learn that rather than have these skills, like have 3 years of experience and blah, blah, blah. That's not as helpful.
Yeah, I've definitely seen a lot that just say, know how to use all these things. And there have been some that say, we want you to use these things. We can help you with it if you need it. And that's always really great. I've also seen some that kind of say, not just here's what you'll be doing and here's what you need to know, but also like here's what you can leave with, and that's always really, really tempting to see.
Have you ever not applied for a position because the job description seemed way too far out of your league? Even though probably it wasn't because it was an entry-level internship or anything like that.
Yeah, actually I have a funny story about that. It was like sophomore year, and I actually didn't intern this summer, but I was thinking about it. I was talking to my advisor about it, and one of the job descriptions was, you have to be beyond proficient in, it was the whole Adobe suite. I looked at it, I was like, I don't even have that on my laptop. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. And she looked at me, she didn't even say anything for like 30 seconds. She was like, come on, man. Like, are you serious? You're almost 20 years old, don't use Adobe. I was like, no, so I don't think I can like take the job or whatever. And she was like, no, that is not what that means whatsoever. And she made me apply for it. But I made the mistake of, on the application, I did not emphasize that I was beyond proficient in the Adobe suite. So I did not get the job. And when I came back in fall semester junior year, she made me take like a 10-hour online course, and I am now beyond proficient in the Adobe suite. So I think it just goes to show that even if you don't have those skills, you can still apply for the job. It doesn't hurt to send out the application. You're only gaining those experiences, but it is something that can turn kids away or scare kids because we think we don't have these skills and we can't do it. When in all actuality, if I would have gotten that job, would I have used Adobe all that much? Who knows? I don't know. But I think those things can scare kids away, but then, like they said, if you say, we have the opportunity to teach you, if they would have just said, hey, we can give you a 10-hour online course, you'll be proficient, it would have been a very different story.
I will add to this, one thing that I see is important when you're talking about job descriptions that I talk with students a lot about is location. Like and if it's a specific, it's this time during the summer, or it's this time during the fall or spring, like time periods are very important, but location is so critical, especially for those of you who have multiple locations or multiple offices. Like, are we talking about the Lexington office, or are we talking about the Cincinnati office? Are we talking about Nashville or Bowling Green? Like, putting that actually in the job description, because in Handshake, it gives you the chance. It says, oh, these are all the different 25 locations this company has. And so a student may go, oh my gosh, that's great. It's the Lexington office, and it's not. It's the Nebraska one, and they're gonna go, oh, that's not at all what I want. So I think that can be helpful as well. So, okay, we had another question over here in the middle, sort of.
Yeah, Zach, we've got one up here.
Yep.
But I will say, our virtual audience, if you all have questions you want to channel to us, we're happy to read those off too. So,
we're watching this.
Rachel,
Okay,
you
good.
got next.
All right.
Did you all have one? Yeah, we both have. Oh, okay.
Perfect.
Whoever wants to go first.
I actually kind of have I guess 2 questions, so to speak. So, sorry, my name is Courtney Putoff. I'm Chief of Staff at Longship here in Lexington, and one of my biggest questions, and it was something I vibed a lot with what you guys were saying as far as the coursework, and you get into an internship and you're like, I didn't learn anything, in college, like, oh my gosh, I'm in the real world now. So how much do you want your coursework to show up in an internship? Do you want that to reflect in an internship, or would you much rather just be kind of thrown into the thick of it and get that real world experience?
Throw me to the wolves.
Yeah, I like being thrown into the thick of it with the acknowledgement of we're doing this on purpose.
I guess I haven't really had an internship. I guess the closest thing I could say would be I'm planning to start undergraduate research this fall. And so one thing that I really enjoyed whenever I was meeting with different people at the College of Medicine for research opportunities was hearing about their work. And so whenever I would see something that I've actually learned, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is awesome. I'm being able to use this. And so now I know, okay, I can do this research, and I think I can do it very, I can do it excellent, or not to brag on myself, but okay.
Brag away, go ahead. Awesome. Okay.
And just one, sorry, this was just another question, and it's something too that our company's really looking at, especially when it comes to COVID and as well as remote work being implemented as well. So how big of a deal is it for you all when you are job searching for a work-life balance, right, when you get into a job? And if you had to kind of tell me what your ideal working schedule would be, where it would incorporate remote or all in office, what are you guys kind of looking for now, especially in how our world is today?
I think that is a really good question. I think it's going to very much depend on the person. I know that this summer, coming off all of our classes here, or most of the classes here at UK in the spring were remote. So I did most of my classes remote. And then my internship in the summer was all in person. So I called my mom after the first week. I was like, man, I don't know how you do this, man. I mean, I've been here 40 hours this week. This is awful. But I think it is very important. And so, like I said, I think it's going to very much depend on the person. But personally, that's how things are. So I know that for the next however many years of my working career, I'm going to be doing that many hours in office that week. So that's kind of what I'm looking for in an internship, just to kind of get that experience and get ready.
Yeah, I would definitely prefer the in-office experience of you're here and you work and then you go. For virtual experiences, though, I would say my internship was a few days a week, so I wasn't there all the time, and it was virtual. And often I would use my off days to work on the things the deliverables that I needed for my work days. And I would come in and I would go, here's everything. What else you got for me? And my manager would be like, nothing. And so it was always on the occasions that she did have extra things for me to do, that was always like awesome, because I'm here for the experience, so I'll take all that I can get.
All right, and I think we have probably time for the one last question.
Hi.
I know you've been waiting for it, so go ahead.
Yes, I have been waiting. I'm just kidding. My name's Fariha. I work at Bastion Solutions in Louisville in our software division. So I want to say you guys have been super entertaining. I'm kind of old, so like after lunch I get tired, and you guys totally kept my interest. Like it was such a fun session so far, I think.
I know. I was like, wait, what?
I have a really good night cream. But I have actually two questions as well. I'm sorry. The first one is actually a question of clarification that you guys were kind of talking about earlier. So when you say like getting rejection or like getting no messages, do you mean like after you've actually getting a personalized one after you actually interview, or just like in general? So that's one thing I had a question about. And then the second thing is I have a lot of career centers tell me that, oh, our students only go to Handshake to look at jobs. But as students, where do you guys go to look for these jobs? Are they just Handshake? Do you go to employers' websites? Do you guys go on LinkedIn? Is there another avenue? Reason why I ask is I feel like I post on like 15 different sites, and I just kind of want to make sure that I'm really hitting the market when I'm looking for co-ops, interns, and then just like new grads. So if you guys could enlighten me, that'd be great.
Those are great questions.
I know that whenever I was looking for a job, it actually doesn't pertain to medicine, but just a job personally, I started with UK because a lot of other places will post through UK. So that was really helpful because I was actually able to see which ones they're looking for students. They're going to be flexible for a student's schedule. So that was really helpful to have one place to look for a lot of different things. And then there's filters. You can narrow it down. So that was really helpful.
I definitely use a lot of different sites, LinkedIn, just Google. And early on, when I was talking to someone in the industry, they asked me like, "Oh, are you using Hitmarker?" I was like, "What's that?" And they were like, "Oh, it's a job site just for this industry," which was like, "What?" for me. But yeah, I use everything pretty much, everything I can find.
I have gotten every single one of my experiences in college from the Career Fair or Handshake. Those are the two that I used. I know that some employers on Handshake, they'll just use it to advertise, but then if you want to click to apply, it reroutes you to their website. I mean, it is what it is, but it's a way for me to know that that posting is up. It's less so a platform for me to actually submit my application. I just know that they're looking specifically for interns, co-ops, and new grads. That is what Handshake is made for, and I find it really useful in that regard.
Yeah, I would say that I use Handshake, LinkedIn, Google, pretty much all of them. I mean, I feel as if UK students, we've been encouraged to use all of them because that's how you're going to get the most out of your opportunities. And then to answer your first question about personalized no's, I would say after interviews for sure. You know, if somebody just gives me a no and they didn't even interview me, no ill will. I mean, no, we didn't waste our time in an interview. It's all good. But after that interview is when I would like to get some feedback on what I can improve.
I guess, real quick, one thing I wanted to add to that, to your no, I guess if you hadn't had an interview, but it was something specific to the application, I think that would have been really helpful. Like, you don't have enough experience, or maybe your interview wasn't as good as others, so that would be something that they could work on as well.
That's fantastic. Thank you all so much. This has been awesome. Thank you all for your amazing questions. We have about a 15-minute break before we go on to the next session. So these four I'm sure will be happy to stick around for a couple of minutes so that you can hire them immediately. And because I know you're all going to want to now. And thank you again very much. We really appreciate you guys being here. So thank you. Thank you all. You got about a 15-minute break, and then we'll meet right back in here.
We will round out the afternoon sharing a little more about how to hire more experienced candidates. We love it when you hire our students and when you create internships. Very grateful for that. But many of you also are in that phase where you need more experienced candidates, especially with the market the way that it is right now. My name's Caroline Francis. I'm Director of UK Alumni Career Services, joined by my colleague Amanda Shagney. And we want to briefly share with you how to get the word out for positions that do require more experience. We work with individual clients around the country, all ages, all stages, all backgrounds. So if you're hiring for something, we're likely to have a candidate or an alum that might be a good fit. We do encourage you to post in Handshake, where we try to send our alums. We also have a LinkedIn page, and we run the Central Kentucky Job Club. We've been virtual on the Central Kentucky Job Club for the last year and a half. We are hoping to go back in person with a hybrid option in September. Interestingly, over the last year and a half since we've been remote, we've had people from all over the country on Job Club. We call them boomerang alumni, but many of our alumni want to get back to this region. So if you have a company presence anywhere in this tri-state area, think about our alumni. Many of them, they might be living in other parts of the country, but they want to come home. Do you blame them? They want to come back to this area of the country. Amanda's going to share a little more about an exciting new platform that we are just starting to soft launch, and you'll be hearing more about this over the next several months. We'll also be available at the end of today's program to answer any questions you might have, to help you brainstorm. I know I've been doing that with several of you today on how to get the word out for what you might be looking for. I'll turn it over to Amanda.
All right, thank you all so much. All right, we're excited to showcase a brand new platform, and you're among some of the first to be able to see it, the Wildcat Network. Now, this is going to be specific to our alumni and students, as well as employer guests. We'll call those friends of the university and parents, too, okay? We knew that we needed to build out a mentoring network for our students, and we kept 4 things in mind. Here are a few things that we kept in mind as we were going through the RFP process and benchmarking these with other schools. We knew that we needed to enhance our alumni engagement and really focus on meaningful relationships, especially with our young alumni, to keep them engaged for philanthropy efforts. This includes our social networking, sharing expertise and shadowing in different fields of expertise, and mentoring, among others. 2, for career services support. Caroline and I can't serve every single alum of the university, as you can imagine, but there's so much expertise in the room here that you can share that expertise with our students, not just on site for internships and co-ops, but even through flash mentoring, which might be as easy as answering a few questions on email or hopping on Zoom for a few minutes for a 15-minute chat. Also for marketing, we're going to have a job board on this profile or on this software, and I'll show you a screenshot of what that looks like. When you post your jobs, internships, co-ops, part-time jobs in Handshake, they're automatically going to be mirrored inside of this other software. And that additional marketing, of course, is free of charge, just like Handshake. And then with this software, we're going to be pretty data-driven. So we're going to be able to measure outcomes in the future that help us understand if an alum or if a community member is willing to give us their time, are they also willing to give funds down the road for those philanthropy efforts. So as part of the soft launch, we recently offered access to our alumni board. We did that month before last, right, June? And it was really fun to see that crew kind of get involved in the program. I'm going to show you a few screenshots of what that looks like. And so we're going to start the soft launch throughout the summer, and then we'll launch to all alumni. So if you're an alum of the university, you'll see an additional email in the fall, probably next month or September for that timeline. And then for students later in the summer. And here are a few just quick notes and screenshots from that. WildcatNetwork.com. Whenever you log into the system, you'll see it looks pretty familiar. It looks a lot like the Facebook interface, so it's pretty intuitive and easy to use. On the left-hand side there'll be an alumni directory that you'll be able to search for flash mentoring, quick questions, and you can be really specific about the type of flash mentoring or mentoring options that you're willing to give. Okay, that could be, I'm from Chicago, and if a student's looking to move to Chicago, I'm happy to talk about good neighborhoods that you might look for an apartment. It might look like, oh, I'm in the human resources department, and if you have a student who's not sure if they're in the right major, if they're looking into human resources as a field for down the road, I'm happy to set up a Zoom chat with you for 30 minutes just to talk about the profession. Okay, so it can be lots of different types of services, and you get to select what those are. There's also the job board on there, which will be fed from Handshake. And then you can upload photos and groups, that kind of stuff too. So for those of you that are UK alum, be sure to watch for groups in there too. So if you were part of the band, for an example, they're going to have a group in there. So that's fun. All right. I'm subbing in for Ellie Goodman. This is her contact information, and she's the main point of contact for our Wildcat Network. So feel free to jot down her contact information. It may even be on the flyer there. And we'd love to have you all join the network. So, all right. With that, I'm going to pass it back over to Rachel, and we're going to wrap up for the day. Thanks, y'all.
I'm a handheld microphone person. So yes, if you have any questions about the Wildcat Network, feel free to take a picture of Ellie's information. We, as Amanda said, we will be launching that pretty soon. So we're very excited about that. So with that, I would like to thank you all so much, in-person and virtual attendees, for coming today. It's been so good to see familiar faces in person and on screen. So we have been excited about this event, and we're very happy that you all came. I'd also like to thank our presenters one more time. Thank you for giving us your best practices, your expertise. We really appreciate it. And shout out to our rockstar student panelists. I think they were a big hit with you all. So we'll take note of that for next year as well. And then I also want to highlight all of our people in blue, UK Career Services. We had a lot of preparation for this in all of our career centers across campus. So just want to shout out to all of my colleagues in blue right now. Thank you so much for all of the work we did for this event. And one more quick note, just before we wrap things up here, we will be doing cornerstones. So when you all came in for parking and you came and got your coffee and pastries, we will be doing an official tour of that very, very new space. And so we will be starting those shortly. If you have signed up for the tour or you're just wanting to hop on the tour, that's fine too. You're just going to come up here and gather with my colleague Matthew, who's raising his hand right now, and he will walk that group over back to the cornerstone for those tours. And with that, we thank you all for coming. Thank you for helping us kick off the fall semester. We are excited to be back.